All right, good morning, everybody. If you can hear me and if I sound all right, if you could hit that number 1. Yesterday, okay, no, we should be fine. Or do I sound a little, no, I should sound fine. RT, Kyle, Brian. Philly, Ty. All right, very good, very good. Okay, just very quickly here, and this is for those of you that watch this in the archive, but if you enjoy watching this in the archive, this is totally viewer supported. There's no sponsorships, anything like that. So if you want to continue to have something to watch in the archive, then code CLAY, all caps, with any of these prop firms is how you can best support the stream. I recommend Take Profit Trader. But like I said, any of these prop firms, if you use them and if you want to help support the stream, keep it going. Code CLAY, all caps with any of these prop firms. So thank you. Thank you very much for your attention to this matter. All right. Hey, Change here. You're back again from yesterday. Very good to have you. All right, let's get this party started here. All right. Well, officially, good morning. It is Tuesday, February 17th. The year is 2026, and we are off to a normal start again. Yesterday was President's Day, so things are a little squirrely. Market closed early, but now we are back to normal hours here. So, hey, thank you, Ma Issue. I'm sorry. But yeah, same to you. Tyler, good morning. But yeah, did anybody who lost an account yesterday? I think I see a lot of the names. Hopefully nobody lost an account yesterday because you were still in a trade and then the market closed and you're like, wait, what just happened? Hopefully that did not happen to any of you. Try to warn people. But yes, we are back to normal hours. So the market closes at 5 p.m. Eastern. But overall, though, for me, pretty anticlimactic day. I think it was Friday where I had one of those I'm green, but I'm not quite sure how I'm green. Today's not one of those days. Made sense to me. I could see this move maybe having tricked some people here. I alerted in our private community to break a 2,500, or excuse me, the 500 mark, and it did break and go back up, but because today's pretty volatile, that break right there is still about 25 points. So definitely for scalpers. I mean, if you're not happy with a 25-point move from a scalping standpoint, I don't know what to tell you. So yeah, maybe that move right there is a little tricky for it to act like want to be strong and then come back down. I guess right here, I could see this. I did play this on the long side, but like I said, I was just scalping it. So, but yeah, if you're looking for a bigger turnaround, maybe I could see this move because it did start off strong and then dropped all the way back down. But like I said, for me, pretty anticlimactic. We'll see how it continues to play out though. As it bounces back up, I'm interested in potentially a short up around this area right there. If this wants to continue to bounce, well, actually, I might. Not might, I will. Try get a short here off of the rejection of that purple line. If that, okay, I'm in. See if we can get it to reject down a little bit here. Okay, just take a little scalpy scalp there. Get my feet wet. Oh, good job, Abel. Done for the day. Up 1,500 across all 5 accounts. Well done, sir. Very good job. And yeah, it's nice to have you a part of the private community too, Abel. Did you take this one? Did you take that alert that I made this morning? The 670 alert break, Abel? Did you take that? Was that one of them? Very nice breakout from here all the way up to here. Again, that's like a 40-point move. That move right there was pretty nasty where it dropped all the way back down and then came rocketing back up. But even that initial break, yeah, you took that one. Nice job, Abel. Good job. All right, I guess I need to finish up my opening spiel. But yes, if you've been here before, please hit that like button. We actually broke the cold streak. We had been struggling to get up to 400 likes, but yesterday on the 1-year anniversary, I think we hit like 430 likes. So good to see that streak was over. But yes, if you've been here before and you know you're going to enjoy, please hit that like button. It does make a big difference. I realize it may not seem like it's doing much because you're just clicking a little simple button, but hitting that like button does actually make quite a bit of a difference. So if you could do that, that would be very much appreciated. But yeah, how are all your days going so far? Good, terrible, green, red, best day ever, worst day ever, blew an account, passed an account, got to payout territory? Bye, Clay. See you tomorrow. All right, have a good one, Abel. Tyler seems to be eating hindsight soup lately. Oh, that's never a good meal. Green, but gave a little back. Yeah, that's part of it. Good job, Brian. JJ, good morning. Sam, good morning. Hey, Dean, good morning. Green so far. First day in TP. Oh, nice, Johnny. Good. Glad you're giving TPT a try. I'm quite confident you will not complain about daily payouts and all that sort of stuff once you get there. Blew an account. It happens. It happens. So from my purview of how I view the prop firm world, you had a losing trade today. PSC. You had a losing trade. Your stop loss was hit, and whatever you paid for that account, that was how much you lost. So yeah, you had a losing trade. That's all right. That's part of it. Prop firm trading, you will have losing trades, aka you will blow up accounts, and the stop loss associated with those blowups, those losing trades as well, whatever you paid for the account. Love it so far. Good, Johnny. Good. All right. Well, in hindsight, anybody that was like, no, Clay, I like the entry. I disagree with the scalpy scalp. I'm going to hold a little bit more. You got, I don't know, potentially another 15 points out of that one maybe? Up 1K each on 4 test accounts. All ahead and show. Nice job, Philly. Well done, sir. Again, still interested in a short up around this pink line here. On my chart, that is the 200 period simple moving average, and then the dotted yellow line, which is the VWAP. You can see back here, this general area provided resistance. Does not mean that for sure guaranteed it will provide resistance again, but in my mind, I think that's a plausible thought. I don't think I'm crazy to think that the price could find some resistance up around that area. Hey, good morning, Brad. How do you get the volume profile on the left of your chart? I think you mean the right of my chart. I think. Yeah. Left. Okay, right. Yeah, okay. Right. How do you do that? Let's see if I can remember. Click on this, I think, chart settings, and then, yeah, right there, day volume profile, right there. I was going to think, you had me confused. I was like, wait a second, are people seeing like a weird mirror image? Like for you guys watching, is this on the left of the screen? It's like, maybe did I just learn something today? I didn't, but okay. Just a typo, that's okay. Do 2 lefts make a right? That's a deep question. One that is beyond the scope of, I think, anything that any of our brains are capable of figuring out. No problem, Johnny, no problem. Like I teach my kids, just do this, right? And the one that forms an L, that is your left. If you know, you know. That is so true. If you know, you know. Okay, so just observation here on gold. As of now, look at this 21 EMA on the 5-minute. For any of you gold traders out there, I mean, this thing is just really, really respecting that 21 EMA. Goodness. Once more, does that mean that it's guaranteed to continue to respect it? It does not. But if you're to tell me that you're thinking of some sort of short-sighted trade plan based around that 21 EMA, given the track record of it rejecting the price, again, not guaranteed to work, but I'm not calling you crazy. I can see the logic. So just an observation real quick as I glance over at the gold chart. Did actually trade some gold on another account. Helped me pass it. I'm exaggerating here a little bit, but I had one of the most stressful trades of my career today. I had a 150K account, just a horse that I've been training, trying to get to a racehorse. So traded some gold. Gold was a good chunk of it today. I think I made like 960 on gold. But then I made another trade. I'm like, passed it. And then I looked and I'm like, uh-oh. $1.50. I was $1.50 away from passing the account. And to pass the 150K account, you got the profit target is 9K. And right then and there, I could just feel my body tense up. It was strictly ego driven because in my mind, I automatically went to, I really don't want part of my prop firm journey. I really don't want the story of, hey, there was this one time where I was $1.50 away from passing a 150K account. So that means I had made what? $8,998.50. And I just needed $1.50 more to pass the test. And then I roasted the account. My ego did not want that as part of the prop firm story of my so the next trade I made, and I think I made like, I guess $6.50 because I passed the account by $5. So the next trade, but man, whoo! I've never been so scared in my life. $1.50. Oh my goodness. It felt like it might as well been $1 million. Oh yeah, I've never been that close. I think my record is like maybe like 100, 150 away. And then I've roasted accounts, but yeah, 13. Oh man, that's got to be painful. All right, again, I'm still watching this for a potential short. We have very good movement today. Just to give context, yesterday, I mean, imagine if on the chart, the distance between these two numbers, what do you think that distance would have been? Maybe 20. Today it's at 50, right? 24,600, 24,650. So a 50-point difference on this space of the chart. It is definitely not like yesterday. So just keep an eye on that position size. Don't let it kind of spring out of nowhere and surprise you. Did you size down for it? Oh yeah, it was like 1 MNQ or something like that. Of course, Tyler, come on, man. Dude. I mean, I know I'm a baboon, but I'm not that big of a baboon. I needed $1.50. In no way, shape, or form did it make any sense to take an NQ or multiple NQs or anything like that. Again, I'm not totally insulted you asked that, Tyler, because I am a baboon, but I'm minorly insulted because you apparently think that I am like, I don't even know. Like, I don't even know the next layer above baboon. I was $30 away from 2 of my accounts yesterday. Proceeded to lose $200, so I hung that up before it blew up in my face. Good job. That's a good example there, Agent. It's as frustrating as that had to have been. I mean, the willpower that it took for you to actually walk away, that is impressive. That is so impressive, and it was the right move. Because then you said you came back today, fresh mind, and you got him passed. So well done. Okay, apparently you think I'm a chimp then. So did you size down, brother? You needed $1.50. Did you size down or did you increase position size? I went over to silver. I actually maxed out silver to make my $1.50. There goes my funded account. Didn't even last 3 days. Well, losing trade. We that's part of it. You had a losing trade. So whatever you spent on that account, expat, that your stop loss just got hit. There's how much you lost. Every bone in my body. Oh yeah, I believe it. Hi, Clay. Why don't you start live at the open? Because I have a private trading community, and I devote my attention to them. My loyalty lies at the open with paying members. Still interested in a short up around here, but unfortunately it keeps just basically stopping. It won't quite push up there. 5 minutes looking pretty interesting though. I mean, if you're already thinking short here based on the 5 minute MNQ, I'm not calling you crazy. I can see it too. I'm taking a break for a while to reset. You mean like reset mentally or what? I mean, I'm glad you're taking it seriously, but at the same time, I wonder if you're almost taking it too seriously. Let's see. Here you go. If you're interested, there is a link to the private community right there. You see, Tyler. You've seen people need $1.50 and then they size up. You've seen that? Mentally. Really? Okay. I guess maybe not have full context. I thought you just got this pro account. This was your first pro account, and then you blew it up. I thought that, but maybe not. I guess maybe I'm mixing you up with somebody else. It was legit $10 or less. Okay, yeah. All right. That's crazy. Okay. Whoop, got up there. If it comes up here and bumped its head again, I'm going to throw an order down here. Yep, that's close enough. That's close enough. Okay, if that red line turns blue, I am in. So I am in. See if this wants to reject down. Put my first target there. My next target there. This was my first one. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I appreciate the fact you're not just like laughing about it, not taking things seriously, but I mean, I don't know. Are you being too hard on yourself? Like, blowing a count, that's just like, again, like you had a losing trade. Do I add some more is the question. I should probably consider just adding some right at these moving averages right up here. Okay, there we go. Added some more right at those areas. Let's see if we can get this thing to just flat out get rejected now. Again, got rejected last time. Man, are you really gonna just keep breaking, or is this a fake break? I'm playing. Oh my! Wow. I mean, okay. I said it and I lost track of it, and just like that, goodness. I only had 10 NMNQs, the equivalent of 1 NQ, and the things were adding up against me so quick. But yes, I talked about it. 50 points right there. Man, that is where things can get tricky. I was aware of it. I literally talked about it. You guys, well, if you're here the entire live stream, you heard me talk about, hey, be careful with the sizing. You got that. But even that, I thought I was being careful, but apparently not. Like I said, I had 10 MNQs, and it was just ripping against me P&L wise. So, anyways, keep in mind, watch your position sizing. You may think that you have, again, I'm not going to call that small position size. 10 MNQ is not necessarily small, but I didn't think it was that big. So, yeah. Just be extra careful, folks. It just, the position size bug just got me. I took a trade with 40 MNQ earlier because I was tilting. Yeah, that's a pretty big tilt trade there. What stock are you looking at? Judith, this is futures. I do not day trade stocks anymore. This is futures day trading. Man, it just didn't care. Just didn't care. I can't even remember. I think I might have had a chance at a scalpy scalp. I don't even remember, but I like that enough. I don't want a scalpy scalp on it. Got me this morning and lost a test account. Not a huge deal. Yeah, a losing trade, but yes. Position sizing, yeah, just be aware. Just be aware that, yeah, I don't know. I'm upset at myself. But I guess I should have known better. I mean, I should have known better, but yeah, I don't know. All right, well, we'll keep on fighting and see what happens. Always check. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the point, Dan. Like, I did check. Like, literally, And that's why I like these live streams, because they really are a great case study from an educational standpoint. I mean, I was talking about exactly that, Dan. And even though I talked about it and I told people to be aware of it, and even though I thought I was being aware of it, because again, I was at 10. Not massive. You know, it's not like that was 50 MNQs or something crazy. It was 10. But even with that, even with me being aware of it, it still just escalated so quickly against me. So, yeah. So in other words, on a day like today, you don't need that big of size. Pass all 5 of my 150Ks today on day 7. Nice job, Greg. So are you going to copy trade those? Is that the plan? Or I guess I'm assuming, have you been copy trading them all along? I will buy Apex again for practice so I can copy you. Domini, that's not how this works, buddy. I really wish I could say, yeah, you can make great money. Just you don't have to think for yourself at all. Just find somebody on YouTube and copy what they do. You have been copying? Nice, nice. Yes, Dan, today is volatile. Yes, it is. Not to mention, it is now just going straight up too. So the fact that the fact that the price did not care really at all about this former area, that didn't help either, right? From a short standpoint, when you're bearish and then you get a move like this with all green candles, yes, that certainly does not help at all if your position sizing is off. Obviously, if this thing acted halfway normally, the position size wouldn't have been. In fact, that would have probably been that would have worked out nicely for me. But yes, yeah. So position sizing being off in combination with a trade that just doesn't really work at all. Yeah, that's a bad combination. Okay, well that's fine. You're eager to see what everybody is at. That's why get rich quick things are very popular, Domini. Because yes, everybody is eager. That in fact, there's a whole business built over people being eager to make money. That is called the get rich quick industry. And that is not what this is. Now, I realize some people make it seem that way. I'm aware of that, but no, that's not how this works, Dominique. So no, with all due respect, you are nothing special. Your eagerness to make money has a whole sector. I know. I learned it the hard way by losing so much money with the eagerness. Well, then, have you learned though? That's my question. I'm not sure. I say with all due respect, I'm not quite sure you have learned, because it seems like the conclusion. Here's when you have learned. When you have reached this conclusion, which you have not, because the conclusion that you have reached at this point is, okay, let me just follow some guy on YouTube. But when you've reached this conclusion, then this is when you have learned. When you're like, all right, Domini, I need to just learn to think for myself. I need to learn to build a strategy that fits me and my needs. Yes, that's going to take hard work, right? Because I can't just blindly follow somebody else's. No, I got to build my own strategy. I need to work what best fits for my personal risk tolerance. So that's what it's time to focus on, Domini. When you've reached that conclusion, you have learned. But as of now, the conclusion you have reached is let's follow this beautiful individual. That's not the right conclusion. Therefore, you have not learned. Albert, are you like, I don't know, Albert's getting closer and closer to just being banned. I rarely see that much red in your account. You must have a very bad trade. Albert, I don't know. I don't know what to do with Albert. 10 contracts on silver equals, yep. Yeah, either that, or you could replace the $3 signs with like a bridge. And then like with an arrow under the bridge. Be eager to learn. Yeah, well said. Now I'm only profitable with options, with small profits with liquidity sweep. Okay. The talk yesterday had me trying to dredge up 2018 all the internet trading gurus that were around. There are less Lambos, but crypto took. Oh yeah. Crypto took over. All right. So this orange line here is the previous session close. I am interested in potentially a trade there. Yes, because I'm a dent. I'm thinking short once again. You got motivated by watching the live stream. Well, cool. Good. Glad I could provide a little bit of fuel to the fire. Okay, I'm short. Blue line is my entry. Yes, I'm getting aggressive. But I'm trying to trust in the... Oh, man. Again, blue line is my average price. Now that orange line is acting as support, so yeah. Oh my goodness. All right, I gotta cut it. Oh, what a terrible start. No, it's gonna come back down. Don't ban me, Clay. It's just, well, Albert, I mean, when you showed up, there's a big red trade. So did you actually have to ask? Did you have a bad trade, or was that not self-explanatory? I think that's what I was kind of trying to hint at, Albert. Hello, sir, from India. Well, hello. Whatever. Again, this is the movement where if you are a short and things are going to V-shape like this, it's not going to be a pleasant experience. And today has apparently, this move here has turned into not only a V-shape, but a check mark, right? So the V-shape is where it acts all bearish, and then it goes straight back up. So right there, do we all see the V? But no, the V, it's done with the V. Now we're all the way up here. So there's the check mark. So when V's turn into check marks, it gets that much worse. Well, Clay, dude, just play it long. Go with the trend. Yes, yeah. I didn't think it would keep trending up, though. That's the thing. I didn't think that it would go straight back up into a check mark, but it has. Therefore, I am now suffering the consequences of that. Just don't move to silver. No. Silver, I don't even think has that much volume anymore. I guess it's been a little bit better, but no, I'm not going to silver. Well, yeah, I don't know. Well, I mean, I do know. I do know. It just V shapes that turn into check marks. If you're on the wrong side, if you're, you know, then this is just what happens. I mean, now I got aggressive. I'm certainly that last trade had still some little in it, but I was yeah, I was trying to trust it too. So I mean, I guess in hindsight, my position sizing was wrong. But had that rejected and come back down, and then I got a banger green trade, was my position size wrong? I don't know. Potato, potato, tomato, tomato. So again, 5 minute right here. We're at this pivot point. But I mean, I don't. Is this the pivot? Is this the area that finally gives it? And I should note, like all these shorts, in no way was I looking for some sort of massive rollover. Not at all. But just a little bit of a pullback, and just nothing. So even right here, is this a short? It hasn't cared about anything. Didn't care about the 50 period moving average. Didn't care about the VWAP. Didn't care about that pivot point. Didn't care about the 200 period moving average. These yellow lines were just former areas. I'm not even sure. And then, yeah, so I don't know. Haven't seen a good downward hammer with a long wick. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like you can't even get, there's barely been any like lower shadows. My shorts from earlier blew through my stop loss and then reversed to what would have been my, oh yeah, that's annoying. Well, I gotta keep the size now. This one, yeah, I mean that's why V shapes are brutal, right? V shapes are brutal because it makes sense for people to be short, and then because it makes sense for people to be short, and then the price just V shapes, it's like okay, well, never mind. That's actually why a V shape is brutal. Because the brittleness comes from the fact that it is logical for a group of people to do something, and then the move goes against what was logical. So yes, that is the epitome of what makes something brutal. Just like this move here, where things act strong and then just completely capitulate. Like if you are in any way, shape, or form bullish biased, I mean that's rough. Sure, things pull back, but pulled back, didn't even double bottom. I was watching for a potential double bottom right here. I mean, think about it. You had these lows right here. You had these lows. You had that low from the opening 9:30 open. All right, I think there's a little bit of an angle to it. But anyways, when it came down right there, like, didn't care. Why? Oh my goodness, Skelpster. Why is everything always about you, dude? No, I'm not ignoring you. There's lots of other comments here. Goodness. Some people, it's just like, goodness. And I'm getting punched in the face. Why is this guy all grumpy? Because I'm getting punched in the face. That's why I'm a human being. No, I'm not ignoring you. And my wife just yelled at me to be nice. And she's right. She's right. So I'm going to try to be nice now because my wife is right. No, I'm not ignoring you. I apologize for missing some of your messages, but there are multiple messages. I'm trying to trade. I'm trying to not go on massive tilt right now. So, and given I am a baboon, my mind can only handle so much. So I apologize for missing your messages. I am not ignoring you. I'm not, well, I do ignore some people. Like if you are a troll, then I realize if I ignore you, then you'll just talk more, which helps the algorithm. But no, that's not the case here. Nope, the account is not blocked. Hey, good morning, Andrew. I'm going to just try long. I'm just going to try longs in an hour. Why in an hour? Where does that come from? Why are you waiting for an hour before you try longs? How was your weekend? It was good. We have some sick kids, but I don't know. Do I try a long here? At this rate, it seems like this is going to be the time where it just down. Yeah, we need a Darcy. Yeah, exactly. Oh no. Just came on. You go off the rails. Yeah, a little bit. London closes in 10. Yeah, I can't say I care much about when the London market closes. Maybe I should. Maybe I should. I'm not saying that it's worthless to consider that. But yeah, for me, I do not consider that. For the people asking, just scroll back in the live stream. Just scroll back. That's a beautiful thing. Shout out to Google and YouTube. Hey, good morning, AJ. Again, I'm thinking about a long down there, but I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, you liking the pivot points, Andrew? To be fair, though, this is not a pivot point. This is just the previous session close, which I've noticed, for some reason, the market seems to care about it. Obviously not like perfectly, but enough for me to throw it on the chart. I'm very hungover. It was my birthday yesterday and need $10 capacity. Am I a dent for... Are you a dent for not trading while hungover? No. I would say that's probably a good decision on your part. Unless there's a typo in there. But no, you are not a dent for not trading while hungover. You would be a dent for trading while hungover. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe. Who knows? For all I know, there's like a study out there that we should all be trading while hungover. If that study exists, I'm not aware of it. But my guess, so yes, there we go. My guess is no. It's probably not wise to be trading while hungover. Just trade shop. Super easy. Well, then give us a trade plan. You show us how easy it is. Give us an entry point, a stop loss, and a target. Then we can all see how super easy it is. Clay will be positive. No. I don't think I'm going to be positive by the end of the stream. I guess we're only 40 minutes in, so I suppose never say never. But I got to be careful with that mentality, or else I'm going to start like throwing around like multiple NQs. Good morning, Gary. Those volume bars dropping hints. Okay, well, how are you going to take those hints and turn into a trade plan, Dash? How are you going to make money from those hints that the volume bars are giving you? Can you give us a trade plan, please, sir? I'm intrigued now. When people start talking about hints and secrets and all this sort of stuff, now I'm curious. So what do you got, Dash? Hey, good morning, Cam. Okay, Emsky, I don't have any time for him today. We'll put him in a timeout. We'll see if he wants to come back maybe tomorrow. I've been getting smoked this month. Blew too many accounts. Need a break. Just get my mind right. Yeah. Sometimes a little bit of a break can help out. Okay, Dash. That's not a trade plan. That's just more words. You said those volume bars dropping hints. I don't know what that means. So But if you give us a trade plan, I think that'll help me understand what you mean. What you don't have to tell me what hints are they dropping. All I'm asking is, okay, how are you going to make money from those hints? Can you give us a trade plan? No, not. I have copy traded AJ, and that's on the to-do list. I eventually want to get there, but I'm kind of a tortoise. I go slow. Good job, Stithen. Are you the same guy that used to short etc. stock around the? I mean, I don't know. I'm probably like one of a million people that were shorting stocks around the pandemic. Yes, I mean, I've always been a shorter of stocks. And I traded way before the pandemic. I traded during it. So possibly. Okay, no. I was not a guy shorting OTC stocks. Because shorting OTC stocks is a myth. Depending on how you define OTC stocks. If you're defining them as 000 stocks, or, 0.007. Nobody's shorting those, okay? Well, Clay, the market maker's naked short selling. Oh, goodness. So I don't, no, because I do not short OTC stocks. But I don't know how do you define OTC stocks? Consolidate before going higher. Entry, 765, stop. Okay, thank you, Dash. I appreciate that. So that is how he's going to take these hints that the volume bars are giving him. He's getting long at 765. So he needs the price to come down here to about there. And then his stop is right here. Okay. Is it odd to feel blessed to have traded during the pandemic, even as a... no. Why would you think that's odd? Hi, Clay. I sent an email but wanted to let you know I am... Okay, yeah, I did see that. I'll get to that after the stream. Can't trade. Locked in too much. Oh, nice job, Scalper. Can't influence. My setup is right below his stops. I believe price is going to 24,830. Okay, I appreciate that word I believe in there. That's good stuff. Avoiding the Darcy. Made one good trade and got bamboo. Ooh, that's good vocab. Bamboozle, that's a great word. Right along with befuddle. I think those might be the two best English words. Befuddle and bamboozled. I hope just wondering. Didn't I ban you, Engen? The guy that, I don't know, what was it yesterday? You were totally just, I don't even remember. Anyways, just wondered is all. No, yeah, I don't think that's bad. I mean, I think what you're saying is you feel blessed that maybe the pandemic made you aware of trading. Maybe that's what you're saying. And no, I think a lot of people probably feel that same way. Hey, Clay, I've blown through 5 accounts looking for the big wins using 5 to 6 contracts. I've changed now 1 and 2 with a 50 tick jump. Nice, good. Yeah, that's what it's all about. You just got to kind of figure out what you feel best with. Perfect, thanks. Yep, I got my prop account, Clay. Let's go. Made the first mistake. It was a good move, but the 48K rule got me on a swing. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Like a swing trade? Yeah, I'm not sure. What do you mean it got you on a swing? Like you can't take swing trades, though. I'm kind of gun shy to take another trade right now. I mean, trading at the end of the day has nothing to do with strat. Well, I mean, yes, it has to do with strategy, but trading is about, and I'm making these numbers up, maybe 10% strategy, 90% can you handle your emotions? Can you deal with the voices? How many people do you think you ban? Not that many. I don't ban people that often. People have to reach a pretty high threshold to be banned. Temporarily. I was on a sell. No, what I'm asking though is you said you got something about a swing. Like you cannot swing trade in a prop account because you have to be out of your position by the end of the day. And I define swing trade as holding like, overnight. Yeah, I'm glad I mean, I don't know. See that's not good for me because I was thinking long there. And to see that my thought was totally incorrect, it's like, okay, well that's not good for the confidence level. I use the word swing wrongly. Oh, okay. Okay, gotcha. I'm writing this one down. Roger that. Maybe observer meant tilt. Oh, yeah. Yeah, maybe so. But no, the hardest thing in trading, what actually matters the most, is you could have a rock solid strategy, but if you cannot execute the strategy because of the voices in your head, well, then who cares about the rock solid strategy? Because you cannot execute it. Therefore, you got to be able to manage your voices. If you cannot manage your voices, you'll never, you'll never be able to execute any strategies. I gotta send something real quick. Let's see. I don't know. The one thing for those of you that have kids, I think you can probably relate. Maybe not, but I don't know. I just feel so off, and I'm not saying that's why I lost. I'm not saying that's. I'm not blaming that. It was just I got stuck in a V shape, so it is what it is. But I feel so discouraged and off, and oh, woe is me right now. But I'm wondering if but even before I got the live stream on, I was telling my wife I think I might be getting something because we have 6 kids. But then it's sick kids. We do have 6 kids, and a couple of them are sick. But then it's I don't know, or is this just the placebo effect? Am I imagining that maybe I'm sick because I know there's sick kids here? Or am I actually sick and maybe that's why I feel kind of a little down in the doldrums right now? I don't know. But yeah, right now I'm like, man, I don't know. It's just... Thoughts on doing a 1-to-1 risk reward ratio? I think you need to do what you feel best with. That's ultimately, give it a try. See what you think. Well, I know the placebo effect is real, but it's also okay. I got to give Albert a timeout. I don't know what's going on with this guy. It's he's not. He's not. I don't know if he's actually listening. Yes, I realize the placebo effect is real. That is why I'm wondering, could I be experiencing the placebo effect? But the thing is, I do also have actual sick kids. So I could also be sick. Hence the point of confusion. I was not questioning whether or not the placebo effect is real. My assumption is assuming it's real. That's why I'm questioning it. Thank you, Bald Eagle. So we are at the 21 EMA right now, and so this makes me feel a little bit better because I'm thinking, okay, if there's any logic in the market right now, there should at least be some sort of action like this. Now, I'm not saying it needs to curl back upwards, but at least the price just didn't pull back and cut down through that like it didn't even matter. Like it did here, right? When it came up, and just basically punched all these areas right in the face, and that was one of the trades I took on the losing side. So at least there's some, this makes sense to me about how the price is kind of, you know, behaving right now. Oh yeah, going to daycare. Yes, that is like, you might as well have, well, how many kids are in that daycare? That's how many kids you basically have. Definitely can relate, Clay. I only have 2 kids, 6 and 10. They are sick all the time, and I can constantly feel like I may sick too. Then I'm fine. The other times I get hurt. Yeah. It's just, it is just a weird spot. You feel like you've been punched in the face. Well, yeah, something was going around back before Christmas. We got hit pretty hard with something. Somehow it was just me and my oldest daughter. We avoided it. But then yeah, now I don't know. A couple of them show. I don't know. Okay, good. So maybe the market. Do I try a little short scalp there? This was a former area of support. Will this now be a little area of resistance? I'll try it with 2. Whatever. Why are you doing such small size, dude? Well, first off, today is actually very volatile, so 2 is actually not that small. But the other reason is because, yeah, I started off the stream like up over $1,000, and now I'm in the red, so yeah. Hey, we need to get this thing up to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. So we have 8 minutes to get 19 likes. I use likes as a gauge of interest. And for me, I am building on the premise of I want to manage my time wisely. And I assume, and I define managing my time wisely as doing it where people are finding value in what I'm doing. So how do I define whether or not people are finding value? Well, through the like button. So that like button actually does carry with it a whole lot of actual practicalness. Like I'm using it as a metric to see, do we want to make this a 1 hour live stream or should the party keep moving? So I have learned though that over the year now of doing this, that at this point in the journey, we should have, assuming people are interested, are finding value, we should have no problem getting to up to 100 likes by the 1 hour mark. So hit that like button if you have not. Wish I could like. Oh, thanks, Tyler. All right, well, I'm glad I waited for confirmation on that. Is that it just never gave me any. And now we have this area up here. Hey, Eric. You can open 3. Well, I mean, I would prefer that that's not the case because that's manipulated. Like that's one person giving 3 likes. Well, that's not telling. That's like a manipulation of the likes. So no, please only like once. I mean, I appreciate people like enjoying that much that they're trying to manipulate things, but like, and now I'm using, anyways. I sound like a teenager. Like totally. All right, trying to get long here. I am long. Okay, okay. A winning trade, fine. I needed that for my psyche. I just needed to build up the psyche a little bit. I don't even know how much I made. I don't care. All I know is it was a green trade, and all I'm seeking right now is a little bit of mental rebuilding. Yeah, I blew a prop eval this morning trying to scalp the run up this morning right before that huge dump. Oh, yeah. That huge dump this morning. That was also, again, that's kind of like what got me. I mean, I didn't cook the account, but yeah, 5 MNQ is actually on these sorts of movements we've been seeing, that adds up quick. So now let me just hop over to silver. Let's go 10, and let's go ahead and buy. I'm just kidding. If anybody here was getting all excited, you're a degenerate, okay? There is the degenerate test. If you're starting to feel warm and fuzzies deep in your loins when I was doing all that, you failed. You are a degenerate. You are a degen. I mean, you're not. You're not. If anything, that would just mean you enjoy watching degenerates, because that would be a degenerate move on my part. So that doesn't necessarily mean you're a degenerate. That would just mean that you enjoy watching degenerates. So we are getting, I mean, there's a, and then from this move way down here, and then put the golf hole down here. We have ourselves a bull pennant. So if you're someone that enjoys the bull pennant, well, I don't know. That there are many ways you can play a bull pennant, but I think most people would agree that this is a bull pennant. How you play it, yeah, that's probably where a little bit of tomato, potato, potato. I just drew a bull pennant. Degenerate adjacent. Yeah, something like that, exactly. I mean, is it going up or down based on a bull pennant? I don't understand the question. Sorry. Well, I think my main point of confusion is I thought Change here was like a veteran trader. Like the way he's been speaking up until this point, I kind of assumed that they had a lot of experience. So I'm like, wait, you have a lot of experience. What do you mean? What do you? That was actually the. Oh, you just started. Oh, gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, that makes a little bit more sense. Well, I'll say you speak very authoritatively for somebody that's just a beginner. Price will reach. All right. Thank you for throwing in that word, I believe. All right. Well, this is essentially the top part of that pennant. So if you believe in the pennant and you like to play breakouts, I would assume you're probably looking at something very changed there. Well, that's fine, change here. It just shocked my system to see how you're talking, like very authoritatively, like, oh, it's this and it's this. And then all of a sudden you're like, what's a bull pennant? I'm like, wait, what? So that's what started to cause some sparks to, like, my wires got a little short circuited there. Oh, gold doing people nasty too. As I look over at gold, I can see some people getting tricked. All right. No, we shouldn't be at, we don't need to be at 200 likes. 200 likes at the 1 hour mark is, no, that's not a reasonable metric. All right, I'm going to try a buy right here. So if that green line turns blue, I am long. Looks like it's maybe trying to build a higher base here. Yeah, I got stuck in a crazy glitch this morning. It worked out, but I put in an order, and it was an ATM, so thankfully it had my entry and my take profit as part of the same order. And I clicked it, and like nothing happened. So much so that I was like, okay, well, I guess nothing. I must have misclicked. So then I went and I did it someplace else, and I was like, all right, let me make sure. And then I clicked on that one, and nothing happened again. And I kid you not, it had to have been. Maybe your time gets warped when you start to like panic. But I could have sworn it was easily 45 seconds to maybe a minute later that all of a sudden my first order showed up, and I was like, oh, and then all of a sudden it was done. Like, and this all happened in like a second. And then all of a sudden I had a good solid green trade because my order was still in the system, and the price at a former time, everything triggered. It filled me, went up, hit my profit, and then, it continued to dump. But yeah, so then I just went on a spaz attack and was, click, 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 click. And then the other order that that never showed up. So I'm assuming that, that one eventually hit it. But man. Yeah, I think it was whatever the data is, because people were saying it was happening in Ninja Trader too. That's sketchy. Yeah, no, I mean, glitches kind of happen in the prop firm, or not, just in the future space. It seems like, glitches, yeah. Well, to be fair, glitches happen no matter where. I mean, I've had glitches. Now, they're few and far between when I was with Lightspeed, when I was trading my own cash, trading stocks and options. That is terrifying, though, because when it's all of your cash at risk, oh my, that takes things to a whole another level. At least with this, it's like, okay, at the end of the day, it's just a prop account. So still it's not obviously not ideal, but it's not anywhere close to like if it's in a cash account and it's all your cash. Okay, dude. Yes. They're not the same thing, though. They're two different platforms. So, no, they are literally not the same thing. They are two separate platforms. I know what you're doing, dude. Don't try it, though. Don't try to, don't. Well, in this category, we were not talking about that category. I'm not talking about the business structure of who owns who. We're talking about the platforms themselves. And TraderVate and Ninja Trader are not the same platform. They are two different platforms. I find this more stressful than unloading all my Bitcoin after 8 years holding. Well, how much Bitcoin did you have? Let me guess. Just a couple thousand coins. This is the time to do shorts. Well, then, what's your trade plan, Duraj Tuber? How are you going to make money from the short side? Well, you might not have been trying to trade during this. It only happened. It seemed like it was only a small block of time, and then, as far as I can tell, everything went back to normal. But like, if you were trading during this block of time, because we had people in our private community talking about it too, it was very noticeable. But fade trade, you just must have not had made any trades during that period. Around 200,000 in profits was nice. Nice job. Now, you're probably going to upset some of the Bitcoin people like, idiot, trader, I can't believe you sold. What happened to strong hands? I think I was trading during that time. I was copy trading and couldn't get out of the short. Yeah, probably. Like I said, mine, the order just didn't even show up. Yeah, diamond hands. Come on, Cam Fluens. I thought, where's your diamond hands at, bruh? We just continue to build out this overall bull pennant. And then, the price used to be way down here, and now it's up there. So, just in the middle of this bull pennant pattern right now. No, this is the same account. This is a single account. These are my NQ trades on the day. And then, unfortunately, these are my MNQ trades on this account. Well, I'm just saying, Cam. I'm just saying you're supposed to have diamond hands, man. You've let down your crypto brothers. Traitor. You've deceived them. They're going to come after you with pitchforks and sickles and... Oh, wait, no, that's a Grim Reaper, right? Copper hands. Well, I mean, where is Bitcoin at? Has it recovered at all? I haven't checked in a while. I'm assuming it's kind of just chilling because I haven't seen it in the headlines lately. And I haven't seen, like, Bitcoin recovers back over 100,000, nor have I seen Bitcoin has gone new low. So I'm assuming it's kind of just hanging out, not doing a whole lot. But that is still an assumption on my part, so I could be wrong. $67.5. Okay, yeah, so just putzing around there. Gotcha. All right. Maybe we get another attempt at breaking up through this trend line here. Anybody buying this? Give me a 1 if you're buying this. Who's buying the breakout? Anybody? Anybody going to take a swing at it? Ask a guy, Mecca, Nate. Okay, Johnny. Oh, Zach's already long at 33. Okay, Zach's already long. Cody's going to take a swing. Davis. Oh, you've already been in the trade for 10. So you're buying more? Oh, thank you, Vlad. But I did ask not that long ago, actually. So, no, I am not too nice to ask. Usually I'm too stupid to remember to ask. There's a pivot at 777. Yeah, there is a pivot up around there. Yeah, maybe, but at the same time, I could also see this breakout being the leading indicator that that pivot doesn't stand a chance. Gold looking pretty... I'll put it this way. I would be scared to go long gold right now, in my opinion. That's looking kind of scary from the long side. But what do I know? I'm just a total baboon today. Or this afternoon, I should say. Morning was fine. Like, that's what's so, like, I don't even know. Trading is just... You just got to have such your mental game put together. Because this morning session, like I said, I showed up. It was fine. It made sense why I was green. I executed the way I needed to. Things worked out, And then, man, if you've been here from the start, it's like, well, welcome to the afternoon session, Clay. Welcome. And now it seems like it's completely the opposite. I'm like in the opposite world. Even though all this has happened in like 3 hours. It's crazy. All right, we're approaching. Does it break? I'm having trust issues right now. But if you are going to buy the break, I wish you well. All right, I'm assuming some people are in now. No, Sam, I am using... Didn't I send you that? I think I sent you that website yesterday. That computer is gone. Had a great run. I think I had that thing for, I don't know, 6, 7 years. But no, the one I am now is made by that website I sent you yesterday. Vlad, at one moment, he's, being encouraging, and now he's just encouraging me to be a degenerate. I can't, you know what? Well, for those of you that bought the breakout, congratulations. I am jealous. Well, right now I'm just trying to build my confidence back up. That's not good for the confidence. We're like, yeah, I don't really trust the breakout. But boom, nice breakout. Mecca was cracking some walnuts. Well, enjoy your checks or what's that stuff called with the nuts and the Chex Mix, right? Is that what it's called? Isn't there another name for that stuff? Maybe it is just Chex Mix. Hey, Spencer. Clay Trader? That's new. In what way is that new? Trail Mix! That's what I was looking for. Thank you, Glock. Yeah, Trail Mix. Like, that stuff can either be super good for you or super bad. It's dangerous. Because it can be healthy, but, like, in moderation. Well, okay. That's a savage kind of turnaround. What time is it? No, that's kind of random. Eek! Whew! What was that? Goodness, longs are feeling great, rightfully so. And then just like that, nope. Party's over, brothers. Now is it going to go straight back up? Everett, stops out a... Feel better about getting out of that long too early. Zach's still holding. Zach, I can commend that, man. Zach has mapped out a trade plan, and he's like, hey, this may be annoying action, but for Zach, it's not done anything wrong per se. There has been no invalidation, so... Spec Garage, are you in it right now? Is that... I had a yellow line drawn across the top here, and then I deleted it out. It looks like that still might be in play. Is this thing going to head back up? I don't know. Maybe that was just kind of a little fake freak out move. Oh, yeah, there goes gold. Kind of. At least starting. So as I was saying, to be long during that would have me a little scared. So everyone was like, okay, well, if it would be scary for a long, does that mean it might be kind of good for a short? I can find, yeah. Shorts are getting paid now on that. So for you gold traders out there, congrats. Where did Clay Trader come from? Well, where'd Silly Boy come from? You tell me that first. Where'd silly boy 4511 come from? That's new to me. Are you silly? Are you a boy? So when I work, why you make yellow line? I mean, because that was the top part of the pattern that I've talked about several times, buddy. Come on, brother. Come on, brother. I'll let somebody else kind of, but like, yeah, man. Come on, man. Come on, brother. But no, when I was an engineer for Honeywell, I was into trading, and Don, a guy that worked there, he was like, "Oh, your name's Clay," and you're like, "Oh, you're a day trader." "Oh, Clay trader." So I think that's called a pun, right? I think. But yeah, I was like, that actually has a good ring to it because my name is Clay. I do like day trading. Clay trader instead of day trader. Get it? Get it? I knew you weren't an engineer. I could tell about your wording. I'm a software engineer too. I think you have a typo in there, Eric. I knew you... Okay, there you go. And it's deleted. I think you meant you knew I was an engineer based on my wording. Oh, so it's your name, not a prop firm. Yeah, correct. The prop firm that I use and recommend is Take Profit Trader. That's the link at the top of the screen. How did you get the name Clay? Because my parents liked that name. I just got my first eval with her code and was wondering if you can briefly let me know how I can. Yeah, right here, Tony. Click on that. Boom. And then there's volume day profile right there. Wow. Well, I don't know what to think anymore. Because as much as I don't want to admit it, because it'll make me look stupid again, is I was thinking maybe a long right here. So had I actually acted on those actions, I would have been wrong as it dumped. So my confidence building over here is not doing so well. Trading past 10 is a rookie mistake. I'm new. You can't make this stuff up, folks. In the same window, I'm new. Let me declare some universal rule. Trading past 10 is a rookie mistake. Okay. I mean, usually when I'm new to something, I don't like start to make universal proclamations about the thing. Well, because I'm new, so logic would seem to dictate that as somebody that's new, I'm not really, Well, I can tell you're new to trading. Either that or you're suffering from a massive case of the world revolves around me-itis. Because for you, silly boy, I have no problem. That for you, trading past 10 is an issue. No problem at all. Fair enough. But not everybody is you. Not everybody trades like you. Not everybody has the same requirements as you. So therefore, no, that's not a rookie mistake. That's just people having different strategies. But yes, I could see. So I guess you need to call up your doctor and say, Doc, I'm suffering right now from the world revolves around me-itis. Okay, well, if you're not a rookie, then either... Okay, you're trolling. Gotcha. Okay, so you don't actually mean that. Fine. Thank you for letting me know this early in the conversation. You're just joking around. There we go. Well, welcome. Good to have you. I do not use order flow. No, he's fine. He said at least admitted he was just joking around. Fine. Yes, he was getting close to just like, all right, I'll just ban him. But like he was like, oh no, I'm just joking around. I'm like, okay, thank you for letting me know. Fair enough, no problem. It does, and it does taste like butterscotch. Yes. Trend line for a training formation, then pull back to the trend line. Lost 2 dB. Oh. Dang, Brad. That's bummer. Sorry to hear. I blew 2. Yeah. Things this morning were going perfectly fine. Perfectly fine. And then, yeah, this morning things turned around. Deepoo. 5-minute bull flag. Yeah, I guess if you look at it a certain way. But this right here was, like I said, even this wasn't a failure. If you're a scalper and you bought the breakout, which some of you said you were going to do, so I don't know, you got, let's just call it in at 65. That thing went all the way above, let's just call it 85. So that was still a 20-point breakout. And for a scalper, I'm assuming you can work with 20 points. I'm assuming, that is something that you can be proud from. Now, if you're somebody that was like, no, I'm not a scalper. I'm looking for a breakout and I'm looking for this thing to keep on, working its way higher and higher. Well, for those people, I'm assuming they're stopped out, and it is what it is. Bummer load. Well, thank you for using code Clay, but sorry to hear you lost those accounts. Yeah, so new rule, I'm only trading one account at a time. No more trying to double accounts, to be fair, on a brand new pro account. May 20. Now, you didn't reset a pro account, did you, Brad? Please don't tell me you reset one of those pro accounts and paid an obnoxious price to do so. This will pull back down likely. The long periods still show bear. Well, we'll see what happens. Okay, good. Good, Brad. Thank you. So the racehorse model. Sounds like, Brad, you're doing the racehorse model, and that shines to fruition. You still had a pony left in the stable. You grabbed that pony, and then that thing paid you $2,800 today. Let's go, Brad. Let's go. Racehorse model in full effect, brother. Really, right now, very choppy. Very choppy. I don't have any confidence right now. I was starting to get it back, but then I did not take the breakout, which would have been a beautiful scalpy scalp. Then I was like, okay, I think right here would be a good long. Then no, that would not have been a good long because it would have flushed down. So yeah, right now I'm doing a strategy right now, only buying what's above the yearly, waterly. I think you mean quarterly and monthly open, and buying the first day that closed above the high and holding until it closes below a monthly OP. Cool, Brock. Well, that sounds more like a swing trading type strategy. And here we are day trading futures here. But hey, man, sounds like you got yourself something that's working, Brock. Fantastic. So now I'll buy 2 more evals with some of the profit and start building more pro. Yeah, Brad, there you go. Racehorse model, and I mean to the T right there. Got to reset the mental before getting another count today. Yeah, throwaway. Today, I don't know. I have not blown any accounts today. But this account, we still got time. The live stream is young. We still got time to maybe cook this thing up. I don't want to cook it up. But as of right now, like I said, I am being very intentional with it. I'm doing behind the scenes as I talk. I'm doing mental paper trades, right? because I'm trying to. So here's a little trick that maybe helps you out. If you're kind of feeling like I'm right now, where you're just kind of got punched in the face and you're like, then just be like, okay, I would buy like right here and just see what happens, right? And this is where I'm saying my confidence is still struggling because I mean, this was when I verbalized. I was like, okay, yeah, I don't trust that breakout. And then it broke out 20 points. I'm like, okay, well, that's not good for confidence building. And then I didn't verbalize it until, a few moments ago. But at the time, I was like, okay, yeah, I could see maybe buying right here, back test of the break. And then seeing this flushed out, I'm like, okay, well, that would have taken me out. So even on my paper trading, I'm struggling. Do you talk about any? No, man. Brock, brother, we're day trading futures here. We don't care about news. We care about what the chart's doing. Three negotiation. Oh, yeah. Yes. So that's true. So from the many years I've traded, I would consider this kind of like a broader consolidation. But we learned last week or something that no, this is called negotiating. The price is negotiating right now. And I was like, that sounds very smart. Help me. Okay. I mean, maybe I don't know. That's lacking a lot of context. Abish Manda. So I'm not gonna say I will help you because I don't know what you're asking for help for. If you're asking for help, help to be as good looking as I am, there's nothing I can do. There's just nothing I can do. It's just the gift. But maybe I can help you with something else. I don't know. But the one thing I cannot help you with is, Clay, I want to be as good looking as you are. I can't help there. I'm sorry. It's just, it's unhelpable. All right, maybe a long down here. I'm also looking over here at the 5 minute. So we have the 21 EMA. Could be like, okay. So like okay, I'm going to take it. Look. So it's kind of like a combo effort. We have a possible double bottom, but we also have that 21 EMA right there. If it doesn't work, well then, hey, welcome to the, okay, stop. Leave me alone. All right, I got to get long. Okay. Again, this is mainly based on the doggone it. I was thinking maybe I should wait for the purple line. Okay, let's see if we can get the bounce here. Will the 5 minute care at all about this double bottom area and 21 EMA, or is the 5 minute just going to be like, no, don't care. We're going straight down again. If so, well, then I'm going to have another losing trade. But there is logic behind this one for sure. Double bottom, 21 EMA in the 5 minute. Even getting right now a beautiful bounce off the 50 period, simple moving average here on the 2 minute. Put out some targets here. Come on. Yeah, give me that hammer. Give me that hammer. Go. There's my stop. There we go. All right. I'm still not out of the woods yet. It could still be a losing trade, but at least I have a one profit target hit. Again, it could still be a losing trade, though. All right, I can't. Yeah, I don't want to risk a losing trade now at this point. Let's make sure it's a green trade. I'm getting tighter than I should, but for the psychology on the day, I just need this thing to help me out and go straight back. And it didn't. Well, again, I don't have the convenience to sit around. I should have my stop down here, give it plenty of time to maybe, because that's a beautiful candle. But again, per my day, for my psychology, okay, Clay, just make sure this thing's a green trade. So there we go. Well, see this, I will say this will not be good for the confidence because this is a beautiful setup. If this thing comes on here and then takes out these lows, it's like what? Like what are us traders supposed to do here? This was a nice setup. But right now still looks beautiful. Beautiful. It's still respecting that purple line. When would I can? Oh, I don't know. I'm not thinking at all, AJ, of a short. Again, if you're still in, you should still be in. If I had the luxury to still be in, but like I said, for my mental state, I don't want to risk having that go down and take me out, and then it's just, I traded long enough to know how certain circumstances can generate certain voices, and I know what voices would be generated if I were to allow that to come all the way back down and then take me out. Give me a one. Who's long in this thing right now? Raspberry, Samuel, Brad. You're short? All right, brother. Long took 18-point profit. Base. Dang. An 18-point move is a base hit. Good. Fantastic, Paul. 18 points is a lot. Vince, where's your stop at on this short? I went short on 6 and are you still short? What's considered a home run? I don't know. That probably depends on who you ask. Oh, so I'm talking about people getting short like down here. So you were already short. That's my stop is around 721. Gotcha. Short to the bottom of the 15-minute range. And where's your stop at? Viril? Yannick? Hey, KRTY. Hello to you and Blossom. No, I said where's your stop at? That sounds like that's your target. 605. Where's your stop? Hey, thank you, Cody. I was thinking about that. Like, Cody, you've always been an interesting data point. It is good to know that people, are open to switching up their codes. I just win with that code. There you go. 765 stop. All right. Well, Yannick, I appreciate you giving a trade plan here. You've mapped out your levels, and nothing but respect. Even if you're wrong, nothing but respect. Same to you, Vince. Anybody that's willing to step into the arena, give actual numbers. You have my utmost respect. Even if your trade plan turns out to be wrong, you know what? At least you had the courage to say it ahead of time. It's the people that show up after the fact and are like, yep, I got short here, and I'm going to cover right there. It's like, oh, I mean, to be fair to that person, that could be true, but also, to be fair, this is the internet where people live in their mom's basement and just say stuff. But yes, if you are mapping out the trade plan in real time and it still doesn't work out, nothing but my respect. Target price hit. Good job, Raspberry. Might not mean anything. It could mean something to the people that use the 30-minute time frame, AJ. So, yeah, appreciate the heads up. So, for any of you that factor in that 30-minute, AJ letting us know that it's just gone red. So, but I am feeling better. This is making sense. Now, I'd like to see a little bit more of an upwards movement here. But yeah, double bottom on the 5-minute. The double bottom location just happened to all of a sudden correspond with that 21 EMA. And what do we know? We're getting a little bit of upwards movement. Now, nothing huge, but at least it makes sense. That's why I was very scared. If the price just came down there and kept going down, it's like, okay. For me and my vision and my strat, apparently the market is just not jiving at all. But to see this action, that gives me hope. That gives me hope, brothers. But 15-minute support at 688. Huh, that's interesting. How I don't use the 15-minute, but apparently there was a support there. But lo and behold, right there, look at that. That purple line was there anyways, the 50-period simple moving average. I blew an account today, but it was... Okay. Yeah. Apex hurts less. I have learned this, though. Like, for the most part, you can find a point. Like, okay, I'm saying generally, but I'm sure we could all go and be like, okay, what was this point? And we could all go and find some sort of point. Maybe somebody's like, oh, that was the Asian session, 38.7% Fibonacci level. Okay. Somebody else on this point may be like, well, no, Clay, that was, I just to say, no, Brian would say, well, no, that was a 100-day simple moving average. And then somebody else is like, oh yeah, well, that got rejected off the London low. And then somebody else, like me, for example, I would say, oh, well, that bounced off of the 50-period simple moving average on the 2-minute. So, I mean, it's just like at some point, you got to just pick some things and go with it. Because in hindsight, yes, it probably did bounce off a level that you missed. But at the end of the day, what's the alternative? To have every level marked out on your chart? You'll never make a trade. You won't even be able to see the price action. Yeah, exactly. So like David says, like, I'm sure one of these points could be like, yeah, it was the close of the Kyrgyzstan market. Okay, yeah, fair. Like, okay, fair. Like, I'm sorry, I just don't use the close of the Kyrgyzstan market in my trading. I'm not saying anybody else is wrong to do so. I'm just saying at some point you got to kind of pick your tools, pick your levels, and go with those. So, I mean, some people are, make the comments on the London low or the Asia, which is fine. But my brain can only handle so many levels. But, yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, my goodness. I have to take this trade, and if it doesn't work, I'll feel just fine about it. Look at this on the 5-minute. Look at this congestion of supports. We have a pivot. We have the VWAP. We have the 50-period moving average. We have the 200-period moving average. All basically right there at, let's call it 43. So I'm going to throw an order out there at 43. If it does not work, what did I say? 43? Like, that's such a congested area that might be NQ worthy. What is that? Again, I'm looking at the 42. Where's 42? Right about here. Oh, I think I might have to take a squeeze. Just an ATM. Just try a little scalpy off that with some NQs. Now, if that's not it and it just plunges, account cooked. But goodness, that is such a huge batch of supports. Like, you gotta think I could get at least a 4-point bounce off there. Like a 4-point bounce. That's really my question. Do I think the market could at least give me a 4-point bounce off of that area? So I'm going to watch that level very closely, and I might take a swing at it with some NQs. Because, I mean, that is just, I mean, good grief. Look at this. Look at this. What are we doing? Look at all that. That's like, if there was ever a guarantee, isn't that it? Like, it's got to at least bounce 4 points off that area. At least 4 points. Not 44. But again, with NQs, 4 points, that can add up, especially if you go multiple NQs, which is where I'd be, looking to take a swing. All right, well, now it's bouncing back up. But, I mean, that's just, even if I don't check with NQs, I have to take that with MNQs. Like, if there isn't ever a point to take a swing and aim for a little bit of a bounce, in my opinion, that would be like an area. So we'll see if it can get down there or not, but... Hey, Graybeard. Oh, don't like not go down there though. I don't think Trump's speaking. I don't know. I guess it's possible. Is Trump speaking right now? Hey, if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. We need 200 likes by the 2-hour mark. So we got about 18 minutes to get, 37 likes. So if there's 37 of you here that want to keep this party going past the 2-hour mark, now would be the time to hit the like button. I do use likes as a metric of interest. I'd prefer to spend my time doing things that people are finding interesting. Which, okay, well, Clay, but how do you define whether or not people are interested? Fair question. Via the like button. It's a very practical metric for me. So yes, if you are enjoying in any way, shape, or form and want to keep the party moving, now would be the time to hit that like button. Thank you, Jonesy. I did not trade silver today. Why red today? Well, because I made wrong decisions. I'm really ideally hoping it can come down to that on the 5-minute. That is just such an intriguing level. It does make me wonder, is it too intriguing? Like, where it's like almost too obvious. But I don't know. If it goes down there, I'm going to... I'm pretty sure I'm going to take a swing at it for 4 points. And if the market does not want to give me a 4-point bounce off of just that huge congestion point, then I guess so be it. It is what it is, Billy. If it wants to go down there, but right now it's not. So Clay is... How am I saucy? Rising wedge forming? No. I don't see a rising wedge. So technically you want an 80-point drop for a 4-point bounce. Correct. That's exactly what I want, Benjamin. It's going down. I got 10K. I got 10K on 0 DT spy puts. Good decision. That is a great decision. Best decision I've seen in a long time, Sergio. Good job. I could not think of a better decision you just made. Good job, man. Way to be you know, just you know, I don't even know what the term is. For what you're doing, I don't even have a term for it. It's just that good. Yeah. I mean, I just want to be like you when I grow up type move. Trump is speaking? No, I don't think. I appreciate you saying one day I can maybe be like you, but you're just being modest. With that sort of decision making you're displaying, there's no way. There's no way. Now, granted, I don't believe you. For the record, I don't believe Sergio at all, but I'll play along with it just because it's funny. Again, for anybody that believes Sergio, remember, this is the internet. Okay, yeah, that's true. It could exist, but yeah, it could be like on the Schwab paper trade account. There better not be any ones, Todd. There better not be any ones. 85% on the internet. Yeah, 85% of the stuff on the internet is fake. 130% of the time, 100% of the time. That is why, before anybody, why was this guy saying that somebody putting $10,000 on 0 DT options was a good decision? Brilliant. Like, again, I was not being serious. I have learned that people's sarcasm radars are sometimes broken. So no, I don't believe him for a second. That's why I'm just going with it. Again, you can't, this is really not the Darcy effect though, because he said it's going down. But like from that point, to be fair, all it had to do was go down one tick and he could be like, see, I told you. Because notice, he never gave us a price target. He never said when. He never said how many points it's going down. He just said it's going down. Watch, I can do that. Okay, price is going up. Oh, look at that. Look at that. It went up. I swear. They'll look at 99 again, right? If you don't specify anything, then you can't be wrong, right? Sergio's probably just, I don't know, working a dead-end job. He's bored, so he's like, I got nothing to do. My mom didn't make the meatloaf that I wanted last night, so I'm kind of cranky. Let's just go have some, let's just say random stuff on a live stream. My mom didn't buy me triple ply toilet paper, so that's not fun. Fried cooking Miss Sergio's. Yeah, maybe she forgot to put the ketchup in the meal. Yeah, I don't know. Meatloaf does sound good, especially on a smoker. Let's go. I use AI to give myself a muscular body sometimes. Ooh, a Centaur. That'd be spicy. All right, I'm still waiting to see if this thing wants to pull back to that area. Now, the thing on the 5 minute is the more time that passes, these lines do start to separate out from each other. That is why at that exact moment, they were basically all like right at the same exact level. For me, they're so close enough to take a swing at it, but at that one point, I mean, they were all really together. I was messing around with gold. Oh yeah, gold was going nutso last night. Yeah. Uh-huh. Was that your first time with gold? Because that was you threw yourself right into the meat grinder because gold was moving. Yeah, gold, I'm assuming roasted some accounts last night. Not my first, just got. Oh, yeah, gotcha. Yeah. Yep. If gold decides to make one of those moves, it's bon voyage. Well, Dev Josh, that was market. The market was very compassionate to you. Because had that silver trade worked out, you'd now be addicted to it, and that's just and I say this as a recovering addict. I'm not going to say former because I'm still not convinced I've completely broke my hold on it, or it's broke its hold on me. But yeah, that is a good reminder. Yep, that is a habit when you're out of a trade to come up here and just click that button a couple times just to make sure. Long for YM coming soon. All right. Well, when you have an actual numbers you can give us, you let us know. I am maybe interested in that level. I'm not committing to it full blown, but I'm gonna keep an eye on it. All right, we need 8 more likes here. We are close. We got 8 minutes to get 8 likes, or else the party is coming to an end. Because if we cannot hit 200 likes by the 2-hour mark, then I have not brought my A game. And actually, on today, it makes sense. I really haven't brought my A game. So now would be the time, if you want to keep the party moving, to hit the like button. Easy to blow accounts in Asia, trading with such a thin market, especially with gold. Yeah, it's one of those things where precious metals, I mean, because again, a flash move against you is toast. But that is still a two-sided coin because a flash move could go in your favor. And at that point, you shopping. You shopping for some bling bling. Well, I mean, I'm annoyed, I'm frustrated, all the above, but I haven't lost an account. It's still like fine. In fact, heck, I passed the pro account today. Or I'm sorry, I passed an account and got another pro account. I was telling that story earlier, how I had a 150K I've been working on. So with the 150K, you have to get 9K profit to turn it from the test to the pro account. And I made a trade. I'm like, got it. And then I looked and I still had $1.50 to make. I'm like, oh no. But I mean, that's a very scary situation because I'm like, oh man, I do not want to be the guy that was $1.50 away from making $9,000 a pass, and then I roast the account. But my next trade, I guess, made $6.50 because I've now passed the account by 5. So I mean, like I said, it's overall it's a fine day. How many NQs do you use for a 150K account? It depends on the setup. I have never seen you stop a stream early, Clay. You're pulling it. Well, because the likes are hit. Assuming I'm asking. Like if I had forgotten to ask and I noticed then it's 2 hours mark and then we're still not there. Okay, well that's on me. But when I'm flat out saying, which I just did, it shouldn't be hard to believe. As somebody that is a pretty big stickler for time management, which I think I need to be given I have 6 kids. So as somebody that's a stickler for time management, like if I'm wasting my time with something, I would like to know that. So no, Zooks, I'm not pulling her leg. If we didn't get up to that 200 leg, like, all right, fair enough. People are not really enjoying. And if I'm using my time to do something where people are not enjoying, well, then what am I doing? And again, I'm defining enjoying. The only metric I know how to gauge enjoying is, thankfully, YouTube does have the like button for that. So, but yeah, you wouldn't think I'm pulling anybody's legs, Zooks, if you kind of knew my whole theory, if you will, my whole philosophy, attitude, whatever word you want to use on time management, which I don't really, I guess I have a choice for, but like, let me put it this way. The people here that have kids, and then, you add in more kids, even just one is enough to really reframe your mind about time management. Like, especially for dudes, like, man, I got a family I got to provide for. Now there's like this little There's this little human being that depends on me. It does something to you. It does something to you in the time management department. Yeah, how fast do you trade that buffer phase? The test phase, you mean? Just roasted an account. Bummer, Cascade. I've got you beat. I had passed an account. Wasn't flip days. Bought my contract to flip. Wasn't in queue. Oh, yeah, that's... I do not have that story, and I hope to never have that on my resume. That had to have been just infuriating. I don't even want to think or try to imagine what the voices showed up on that one. It depends, Josh. Like, if I see a really juicy setup, then I'm going to take a swing at it. And maybe I can get myself in a buffer. But yeah, it's I can't say that I have like an actual time I could give you. Bradley, what broker do you use? Well, what I'm doing is 2 layers. Layer number 1, well, just to set up context, I'm day trading futures. But I think day trading futures is best done in a prop firm. So layer number 1, just to go through this very quickly, is I'm in Take Profit Trader. So if you want to do exactly what I'm doing, go to the link at the top of the screen. Choose the account you want. Code Clay saves you 40% and then no activation fee. And then after that, they'll ask you, well, what platform do you want to use? I'm using Tradovate. So what I'm doing, again, is 2 layers. Layer number 1, I'm in a prop firm. That prop firm is Take Profit Trader. Layer number 2, through the prop firm, I'm using Tradovate. Again, still, like I said, the 5-minute is not as attractive. It's still attractive. But like I said, as time goes by, these lines are going to separate out. So now the purple line is no longer part of the congestion. But down here, we still do have the 200 period. We have the VWAP. We have the pivot point. So I'm still liking right around 42. Right around 42. If it can get down there. This is your job, Clay. We're your co-workers. We're all in it together. We're in it together as long as people are enjoying. But to be fair, I mean, like I said, I try to keep, like, the metrics are reasonable. Like, I'm not saying, if I was like, well, we have to have 8,000 likes or this thing's done in an hour. Okay, in that situation, I need to just say, okay, Clay, you just want to do an hour live stream. Like, because obviously you don't have a realistic metric. But my metrics are very realistic. You know, if I continue and what the goal is, hopefully there will be a time where, like, I can say, listen, the metrics suggest that by the 1 hour mark, we need to be at 300 likes. And at that point, it'll be more than reasonable. Did learn something yesterday. TBD treated yesterday as a day, not as part of... Oh, yeah. No, yeah. I did say that yesterday, Todd. I don't know if you were here for that. But yeah, Take Profit Trader is really, really beneficial in how they count the days. Like, they count the days in a way that is beneficial to you. Whereas I know other prop firms, yeah, they kind of make it where, like, days... Yeah. Do you have a recommendation for best trade simulator paper trading platforms for people looking to get into trading? Well, do you know what you're going to practice? And I say that because a lot of people, like, here's one of the biggest lies out there. Practice makes perfect. No, that's incorrect. Perfect practice makes perfect. If you're practicing the game of baseball with a hockey stick, are you practicing? Yes. Are you practicing wisely? No. So what I see way often, and I was there too, beginners show up, I need a platform to practice. It's like, well, what are you going to practice? Well, I don't know how to make money. It's like, yeah, that's how you build bad habits, build false hope, and then you make a mess of things. So in all actuality, and this is where I lose credibility, but it's the truth, regardless of my credibility. And the reason why I lose credibility is because I do offer a mentorship program. But the fact of the matter is this. Step 1 is learning what to practice. Step 2 is then finding that platform to practice it. Well, I'm not going to pay money. Okay, fine. Go right to the platform. And I should know, Bradley, I'm not saying this is you. I'm just talking in general. That's fine. Just go. You just start practicing making money. Yeah, Build a bunch of bad habits. Get your hopes up because you'll start crushing it. And then all of a sudden you try with skin in the game and you get absolutely destroyed. And you're like, wait, what just happened? How can I go from crushing it on my demo trading to having no idea what's going on? I lose all credibility on the topic because you can fairly cast in my direction. Well, of course you're going to say all this, Clay, because you want me to buy your product. Okay, we're getting down here. We're getting down here. Okay, gonna try it. Okay, I'm in. Come on. You got to give... If this goes straight through, fine. Fine. Cook me. Thank you. Thank you. Should have done 6. I should have gone a little bit more aggressive, but it is what it is. All right. There we go. So there's an NQ trade. The Hooch. Why is it called the Hooch? Because we have a long-time member. Long time. I mean, he's been with me since basically the beginning. One of the first people that ever joined up for Clay Trader back in 2013 when I started. He was like, he told me about the ATM. Hey, man, if you ever just want to try to take a quick thing, consider an ATM. I was like, oh, yeah, that's a good call. And then, yeah, so I just named it the Hooch. So the Hooch goes for 4 points. There we go. Like I said, there are no guarantees, so don't think that that was like guaranteed to happen. But good grief, there were so many supports down there that surely I was confident I think I can get 4 points. I mean, Sergio, nobody believes you, dude. Nobody believes you, but cool story, brother. We'll just say that. Cool story. Did you know a like and dislike is seen? I did not know that, Zooks, no. Well, Dev, you're not wrong. I will say that. You're not wrong. But if you're going to play the could game, then you'll never make a trade. Like, because literally any trade you're thinking of making, Dev, I could say, careful, it could. And then, like, I could say something that would invalidate your trade plan. So again, you're not wrong, Dev, PK, but the could game is a great way to never, ever take a trade in your entire life. Because, yes, it could go wrong. It could not work. I mean, that's what stops are for, too, but yeah, and exactly, Gum. It could also work, right? Exactly. Now, it was not clean. It did make me have to sit through a little bit of, but overall it worked out. Was down 1,300 on eval, now down only 695. Well, there you go, Blackout. There you go. For me, there are some trades that absolutely have to be taken. That was one of those trades. Not because it will for sure work out. No, that doesn't exist. But for me and my strategy and what I like and what I've noticed over the years, things like that, I mean, for me, the edge is in my favor. I made you $100. All right, well, you give me a tip sometime, KRT. Use code Clay. If you want it, code Clay, all caps. Throw me a little bit of that can be your thank you card. Do you have any advice on after passing the eval now that I'm going to be on intro? Yeah, be aggressive. Be aggressive. Go for base hits. Don't swing. I'm only happy if I'm here for the home runs or triples or doubles. No, just take base hits. Now, once the trailing drawdown stops, then yeah, if you want to go back to your swinging for home runs, go for it. But until then, base hits. How does a prop firm work? Pretty much you buy an account, and then on that account, you've got to prove that you can trade. So you hit some profit targets, and then you'll move into a funded account, a pro account. And on that account, if you start to make money, then they'll pay that out, and that's known as a payout. I bought 5 tests using code Clay and hit 700 max today on a 25K. Well, first off, thank you, Zooks, for using code Clay. But isn't that I think 750 can't you make on that? I think it's a 750 max. So if anybody took that trade and was like, no, Clay, I'm not going for the scalpy scalp. I'm going to let this thing marinate a little bit. Congrats. But for me and what I was looking for and where I was at in my day, the probabilities came from also the type of trade that I decided to do with it. Can you teach me how to trade? I mean, I can try. Yeah, there we go. Rumor has it that if you use code Clay, it's like guaranteed. Again, code Clay, all caps. It's guaranteed passing, guaranteed getting payouts. I mean, I can't confirm any of this, but I'm being too aggressive. That's why I lost a lot of evals already. Yeah, I mean, like I said, the way I view evals and or prop firms, I mean, I don't mind getting aggressive because at the end of the day, I don't know, it's what, like $100, give or take. You know what I mean? And I come from, so this is one of the benefits I would say that I think I just look at risk a little bit differently, but I'm coming from the world where, if you're trading Tesla shares and you have, 200 shares and you got to give the thing a $2 stop, well, that's $400. Like if that individual trade goes wrong, you're out $400. Whereas now, I mean, that's like 4 prop accounts, right? So if I get aggressive on 3 and blow them up, but on the 4th that works out and I get some, banger movement, well then the overall math can still work in your favor. So I'm not necessarily saying to keep doing exactly what you're doing blackout, but the whole aggressive conversation is an interesting one within the landscape of prop firms. Because if you get super aggressive and you trust the setup and you just go heavy and it doesn't work out, it's like, okay. Now, if it doesn't work out and you're going super heavy with a cash account, then that could be thousands of dollars of your money gone. But within a prop account, it's like, it's not. Was so close to my first payout, blew it $900 away from the buffer. Hey, you're getting closer and closer, Assassin. All those little things are just one little step closer. All right, well, I lucked out on that one because I had to respond to an email, and I was thinking, all right, if this thing, well, now granted, this could also be hindsight confirmation bias, but you guys have heard me say this before. I don't really like to buy after these upper shadows because, I mean, what does that represent? That represents a failed bounce. So maybe I wouldn't have actually gotten long there, but I was thinking about it. Hard to say now. It's all speculation now in hindsight. I like the 150K Assassin. I like 50K and 150K. But ultimately, you gotta just figure out what I don't know if Greg's here, but we have somebody in the private community. He loves the 75K. That's all he does is 75K. Yeah, it maybe saved me. I don't. But if you've been around long enough, then you would understand. You would believe me when I said, yeah, but after this candle here, I don't know if I would have still gone long down around there. How are the payouts with the prop firm? Well, that depends, Bradley, on the prop firm. But the prop firm I use and recommend, once you get to the pro account, you can request payouts every day. Just like that. Just like what? Just like what, Dev? Why is everything dipping? Well, I mean, the factual answer is because right now there are just more sellers than buyers. There is more supply than demand. Now, I think what you're probably actually asking is, yeah, but why are there more sellers than buyers right now? Take your guess. Nobody knows that. All right. I'm going to try to play a back test here of this area. Now, if this thing just shoots straight back up, I'm going to have some losing trades here. But it's looking like this is now starting to, form one of these drifts downwards. Took a short at 6.8. Dude, Dev, that's not how this works here, brother. We need those numbers beforehand, not in hindsight, that you took a short up here at 680. Now, had you told us ahead of time you're going to get at 680, at this point, we're all rooting you on. No, Albert. And I'm banning this account. So I'm banning you on this account. Your other account is a 24-hour one. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, we'll see if it comes back up here. So what do I invest in? I invest in stocks. I also like real estate. Why did I ban him? Because he was here already, and I put him on timeout. But he created another name. So I'm like, okay, you clearly have multiple names. This name is banned. Come back tomorrow with your other name. That was put on timeout. There isn't a lot of... Yeah, I think the lag is like, what is it, 3 seconds or something like that? Streamers can actually set the latency, I believe. I have no idea. I don't even know what latency is. What are you talking about? Like blue chip, high cap, yeah, like just like stocks. Just I'm not like penny stocks, not anything. Just boring stocks, I guess. I'll put it that way. All right, have a good one, Assassin. I sort of want to build a position here, and then if it rolls back over, I think I can get it back to green. Problem is, if it doesn't, is it really just going to go straight up here? All right, well, I'm taking a short here. Okay, I'm in. Throw out some targets. At least hit my first target. Thank you. Okay, I want to make sure this is a winning trade. So very tight with the stop. All right. That's what's annoying when I'm in these days. I don't have as many luxuries as I have when I'm nicely in the green. Yeah, I'll let things cook a little bit more because I have the luxury to let it cook because, well, I'm nicely in the green. But here I'm in the red. So I just don't quite have as many luxuries. So yeah. But if that thing decided to just that be the time where it comes down, then you never know. And it still may do that. Again, I just do not have the luxury, given the context of my day, to let that play out. Exactly, Bradley. But even with that, with Take Profit Trader, that monthly subscription fee goes away after you've passed the test, which is why I always tell people aim to pass within 1 month. That way you only pay it once, because then it goes away once you get to your pro account. Why not go with them long? Well, I mean, because at the time I thought it was a short. And in my defense, it was a short. It was a winning trade. I made money on it. I just didn't get any follow through, so it was a very, very, very modest winning trade. But the mechanics were there. I was positioned. Had that thing actually let go, it would have been a very different situation. Yeah, why did I not go with them? Well, because think about it. You're asking that in hindsight. You now already know that going with them was the smart thing. But that's what I call hindsight confirmation bias. In other words, let me put it this way. Had that come up, so here's be honest, Dimitri. Let's say the price had done this. It came up, I got short, and then it rolls over. Would you have typed, why not go with them long? Would you have typed that? Would you have questioned me? Why don't you go with them long? Would you have said that? I don't think you would have. Why? Well, because you have hindsight confirmation bias. You realize, well, there was no long. It rolled back over. Yeah. Don't worry. It happens to everybody. I appreciate you being honest enough to be like, oh yeah, you're right. That was I would not have said that at that point. So on Sunday, I put a video out where I cooked an account. And oh my, like you literally can't win. If you're like, Clay, you hide everything. It's like, what are you talking about? I hide stuff. I just literally put out a video where I lost an account. And then people that show up like, you're a terrible trader. It's like, okay. So those people don't accuse me of hiding stuff. They just say I'm a terrible trader because I cooked an account. That they don't factor in anything of the win. It's just like... You literally cannot, being on, I think this is just life. You can never please everybody. Like, no matter what you do, you're always going to get punched from one direction. It's crazy. Which is why I'm so, past the, well, prove it to me. No, because eventually that boils down to, so it starts with, well, you're not a real trader. It's like, okay, well, you don't make any money. Okay, well, here's some money being made. Well, that's only a week. Okay, well, here's a month. Well, that's only 1 month. Okay, well, here's 6 months. Well, that's only 6 months. Okay, well, here's 6 years. Okay, oh, fine. Yeah, well, that's all Photoshop. I want to see audited financials. Okay, well, here's audited financials. No. You paid off the auditor. So that's why I've just learned. I who cares? Like, whatever. I don't care. It's just. What made me think of that? I don't even know how I got on that. Someone in these comments. There's a second F. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Okay, James. I don't put up with this. James is in a cult. James either in a troll. He's either a troll or he's in a cult. Let me check. Let's see. Oh no, he's just in a cult. Here's the things, James. I guarantee you can't tell me a trade plan right now. I could ask you for 3 numbers and you're just going to tell me more words. Then give me a trade plan. How are you going to make money on all this FVG stuff? Give me an entry point number, a target number, and a stop loss number. Give me those 3 numbers right now. How are you going to make money from all this stuff? But you can't because you're part of that cult. And what we've learned is you guys just like to hindsight and analyze everything. Go ahead, though. I'll give you a chance. Can you give something? Or are you just going to sit here and use words and tell us what's already happened? And talk in hindsight like your leader does, who you've clearly been trained by. We'll wait. Again, just 3 numbers. We don't need you don't have to type up a big paragraph. All we need is 3 numbers. An entry point, a stop loss, and a target. And then let's see how your trade plan goes. Again, I don't think James would be honest, but I can guarantee that had this trade, when I got short here and it started to roll over, had it continued to roll over, James would not be here saying, no, you got in too early. He would not have made that comment. But because he has hindsight confirmation bias and because he's part of that cult, that's why. That's why I appreciate, who was that? Dimitri. Dimitri Trader's like, yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's true. Good point. Like, that's what we call intellectual honesty. But the people that are part of this guy's cult do not possess such a quality. I would short at 710. Okay, that's fantastic. Do you have a stop loss? Do you manage risk or no? Where's your stop at? And where's your target? Oh, brother, here we go. Just my stop loss is 800 points and my target is 4,000 points because I want to sit there and brag on social media that I hit a 2,000 point banger. Oh my goodness, that guy is a genius. He feasts upon people's emotions. What emotion? The desire to brag. What would people love to brag about? A move that is 4 points? Well, no. But 400 points? Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're risking 50 points and going for... Okay, all right, James. Let's see how it goes. All right. I will give credit where credit is due. James has bucked the trend from his fellow cult brothers. He is actually giving numbers. So, James, I do applaud you for that. You have stepped into the arena, and for that, I salute you. But as of right now, James is not filled. So even if this rolls back over, he does not get to say, see, I told you so. Well, yeah, well, you didn't make any money from it. I've been doing that for, so what? Okay. That's what we call, see, James around here. I'm a dork. And part of being a dork is I love logical fallacies. So you just committed the appeal to authority. Watch how this works, James. James, I've been doing math for 50 years. 2 + 2 = 5. Don't even question me, James. I've been doing math for 50 years. What did I just prove? Well, you've been doing math wrong for 50 years. Now, I'm not saying this is the case for you, James, but the fact that you've been doing this for 14 years proves nothing. All that may mean is, well, you've been a really bad trader for 14 years. You've been doing wrong things for 14 years. Just watch what? James, don't activists, you know this is going to work out. Because we all know that you don't know that this will for sure work out. Let's just put your ego aside, James. Intellectually, well, no, I guess to be fair to you, you've already displayed that you know it will not work out. So yeah, there's nothing to watch. Even if it works out, that doesn't prove anything. Hey, Sweaty. He's not bragging. He's using logical fallacies. Like, this is like a very quick sign that, like, I don't know. Cool. 65% chance of winning this trade. Fantastic. Let's see if it works out. I'm just trying to help you out. It is not maybe for some people, they're impressed by that argumentation. I've been doing this for XYZ amount of time. Therefore, I know what I'm doing. That's a logical fallacy. To be fair to James, I mean, we're seeing things pretty similarly. I don't know why he's at 720, but we're in the same ballpark. I mean, I think a short up around 710 could be interesting. So we're only 10 points off. So, oh wait, was that his entry? Or is that a stop? I can't remember now. Let's check. I would short it. Okay, no, yeah. So, like, I don't, like, this is why I also, wait, no, wait a second. No. Did he say he would short at 710? Oh, yeah. Yeah, so would I. I'd be right up around 710. Yeah. Now, he's probably got like a bunch of like weird sounding terminology. Like, oh, that was a backwards baboon FVG. That's why it's like, okay, well, I would just call that a resistance level, James. Like, I noticed that we have some highs there, and I noticed that we have the 50 period moving average there. But I do understand that's kind of a boring explanation. It sounds way cooler if you're like, well, that's the 13th FVG that's in combination with the drunken polar bear. Wow. That sounds legit compared to me. That's like, well, I noticed there's some resistance there and there's a moving average there, so duh. Like, okay. Like, you sound cooler than me. I admit, you sound cooler than me. But, like, we're basically saying the same things. So I actually might join James up there at that level. Not for the same reason. Well, maybe for the same reason. He just has cooler terminology. EMA, the green line here is my only EMA that I use. That is the 21. I don't know, James. I hope we don't get left behind. What happens if this thing dumps on us? Oh, no. I don't trade with indicators anymore. Yeah, you do. James, so what just curious, like where does this desire to be able to see, because we can see that you're setting this up to say I told you so, right? That's what you're saying, just watch. So that if it happens, you get to say, I told you so. So like why? Why do you feel the need to do that, James? Curious. I like the backwards baboon FEG. Yeah, that's a good one too. Do you only use a short strategy? Oh no. I'm a big believer in long and short because that gives max flexibility, right? Because if you can go long and short, you can look at a situation and ultimately say, well, I don't care what happens. Prices go up, I can make money. Prices go down, I can make money. So that's a very flexible spot. Again, James, listen, buddy. I've been trading for 20 years, so sit down. I know more than you. I'm a better trader than you. I've been trading for 20 years. You've only been doing it for 14. Do you see the logical fallacy I just used on you, James? In options, you can go sideways. Yeah, oh yeah. Options traders that are long, they love that sideways action. Hey, Sam. Hello, Clay. I've clawed my way back from being -1. Wow. Yeah, is this okay to pass eval later, bait? Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. Thinking about a long here now. I like this hammer. I like how it's kind of just chilling out now, right above the VWAP, right above the 200 period moving average. We bring back over the 5 minute. The 5 minutes just kind of hanging out right above that 200 period too. Yeah, that is one part of it, Devish. That's my point of why it's a logical fallacy, why it's appeal to authority, right? Like nobody is right because they've been doing XYZ for a lot of time. That's a follow, like that logic does not follow. Because all that could prove is that person has been doing something wrong for a very long time. So yes, that is the point, Devish. Agreed. But yeah, I mean, if James wants to use that logic that he's been doing it for 14 years, well, I've been doing it for like 20 now, so I guess sit down. Like that doesn't make no. He all of a sudden would not like that because he's realizing the logical fallacy that he just tried to use on all of us. Profile picture is pretty old now, yeah. Not to mention, I don't have a beard in the profile picture, so. All right, I am. We'll see. I'm gonna wait for confirmation. If this comes up here, pokes its head up through, and then comes down, I'm gonna grab it for a short. But yeah, anybody that did take that long, nice, good on you. Good on you. Good job. Congrats. Did anybody take that long? Give me a 1 if you're like, hey, actually, Clay, good eye. I'll agree with that. The power of independent thinking, because if you're waiting for me to get long, well, you missed out on the trade because I didn't get long. Nice job, Andrew, Rocky, Troy. Look at all these independent thinkers. I love to see it. The power of independent thinking. Because if you are not an independent thinker, you literally did not get in on the trade because I called it out and then I didn't even take it. So there is no shame if somebody else, and that's why I'm a big fan of communities. It's because when people call stuff out and you're looking like, oh, that's a good call. Okay, good. Now what you do with that is where the independent thinking comes into play. But yeah, I think there can be teamwork and working things together. They will all take, James, stop. There's no logic behind that statement. You're very close to getting banned because now you're committing just intellectual dishonesty. You full well yourself know that they're not going to all take a loss because you yourself are using a stop, which means that you acknowledge, which I appreciate, you could be wrong, which logic therefore says those people could be right. So you don't know that they will take a loss. Why? Why do people feel the need to get that arrogant? I don't understand. Like, that's why I asked him, like, what? I wonder what goes on in James' life. Is he in, like, a dead-end job where, like, he does really good, but, like, his boss never acknowledges him? So he's looking for acknowledgement here? Like, I don't know. Like, it always makes me wonder. Is this guy thinks himself as the market is in a... What does that have to do with anything? Why do you feel the need to present the information as though you have, like, it all figured out, James? Why do you feel the need to do that? Like, why can't you just be like 99% of the people in here that are intellectually honest and humble that are like, hey, man, there are a lot of ways to go about this. This is very difficult. And at the end of the day, I'm not quite sure. Like, that's 99% of the people here. And then people like you show up and, like, you have this bravado, but like, why? Because we all know that you're just talking out of your backside. Like, we all know that there are no guarantees. So stop telling us what will happen when we all know that, like, this is what you're guessing will happen. No. That is blatantly false. The price has to? No. The price does not have to do anything because that would imply there's guarantees. There are no guarantees. You have been so brainwashed by cult to a T. That is why it's a cult, folks. Because their cult leader leads people to believe that the price has to do something. Think about the implication. If something has to do it, that means it's guaranteed to happen. So if it is true that you've been doing this for 14 years, all you have just proven, folks, is you can be in a space for 14 years and still not understand how things work. Because apparently after 14 years, James thinks that a price has to do something. If the price has to do it, James, why are you using a stop loss? Let me ask you that, James. If the price has to do something, why would you ever use a stop loss? It's got to happen. Answer that for me, James. You're telling us something has to happen while using a stop loss, which a stop loss is the intellectually honest position because that acknowledges, well, no, nothing has to happen. That's why I got to use a stop loss. I don't know if do people get away with this sort of faulty logic on other live streams? Like, does James walk around life and just make contradictory statements? Like, what is going on here? Protected against what? You just told us something has to happen. What protection do you need? If something has to happen, that means it's going to happen. Then what do you need protection against? James, the better answer here would just be like, I misspoke. That is where the hole stops being dug. News. So in other words, it does not has to happen then, right? Because news can mess it up. Therefore, logically, it does not have to happen. James, like I said, this can all be water under the bridge if you're just like, okay, I misspoke. Thank you, James. Water under the bridge. Hopefully it gets up there, James. I still like your short entry. So hopefully it gets up there and we can get short. We'll see what happens. Hey, Felipe. I am. But I'm not going to let people pee in my leg and tell me it's raining with logical fallacies and contradictory statements. When people show up and don't make sense, I'm going to try to clarify. And I did. And James, rightfully so, was like, all right, yeah. And that's fine. Fair. All right. And I appreciate that. You listen to my reasoning and you're like, okay, that's fair. Good. Look at this intellectual honesty. Give a 5 for some intellectual honesty and humility. I don't care if you disagree with me. I don't. The bans happen when people either show up just because they're not serious at all or because they're not being intellectually humble. Like, I don't disagree with me, but just be like, hey, man, we just see it differently. I see where you're coming from, and I can see that you're trying to see where I'm coming from. Hey, no problem. Cool. Oh, crap. No. Did I miss it? No, we still got a ways for 7. I don't know. 7, I might have to abandon ship on this one. Nice consolidation. This thing is poking its head up. I don't know. I like James' plan ahead of time, but I think for me, I don't think is he in? He's close to getting in. I mean, especially with only a 10-point stop. Yeah, I'm going to have to sit this one out, but James, I wish you well, man. Okay, James is in. His stop is at 20. I'm not going to... All right, stopped out. Good try, James. Again, you stepped into the arena of mapping out a trade plan ahead of time. And I applaud that. That takes courage. You were wrong. That's okay. Welcome to the club. We're all wrong from time to time. If anybody laughs at James, you will be instantly banned. Especially if you've never mapped out a trade plan ahead of time here. Don't even think about laughing at James if you've never actually mapped out a trade plan here. Because that is Bush League on your part. At least James had the courage to map out a trade plan. And James, I hope you didn't get stopped out, right? If you did not get stopped out, I guess code Clay. Because you're cooked now. But hopefully you got stopped. Hopefully you were disciplined and stopped out. Oh, yeah. All right, Pickles, that actually makes good sense there. Well, doggone it. I don't know how to feel about that one. It's a good confidence boost because I abandoned my short-sided plan. And I'm glad I did that. But also, I was kind of like, oh man, that kind of actually looks good for a long, which is why I canceled my short plan, but I didn't follow through with a long. So it is what it is. No, James Stop said he was at 720 or I don't know. To be fair, I don't know. I don't remember what his. I thought his plan was like 10 points away. But to be fair to him, I might have. Let's see, I'm going back. I don't want to misrepresent what he had said. I would short at 710. No, his stop. Oh, sorry. No, his stop loss was 725. Yeah. You're gaslighting me, man. You're gaslighting me. Short at 710. Stop loss 725. So that's why I say hopefully he was disciplined and got out. Because if not, I caught it. Wish I was heavier, but I'm not breaking the rules anymore. I'm done. Well, yes, of course. Because you're a human being, of course, after catching a banger like that, you wish you had higher position size. Welcome to the club. But we all know that had that not worked out, you would not be sitting here saying, man, I wish I had a higher position size. You'd be like, man, I'm glad I had small position size. Passed my first eval last week, and today was the first day trading of pro account. Blew it. Oh, no! No! No, so you were even in payout territory. Assuming you're with 300, assuming you're with Take Profit Trader, you're eligible for $300 payout. No. Well, lesson learned, brother. Good job. If anything, you have proven to yourself that you can get to payout territory, which is great. Which is great. No, Jose, he gave us his entry point. He didn't say, well, I would do this if this. There were no if statements, Jose. But again, either way, I like James because he had the courage to give a trade plan. It's so much better than the people that show up and are like, yep, I got long right here and I just sold right there. But if they're telling us like right now, it's like, wait, what? Like nobody's impressed by that. Now, if you tell us ahead of time, fantastic. That's so fun to cheer people on. But James did not do that. That's why I like James. I like anybody that has the courage to give a trade plan ahead of time. I will buy the low and sell the... Exactly. That's right. That's how it works. He's going to buy the low and sell the high at 3 p.m. That's how it works. What was his yellow line? Oh, that's right. That was an area that I was interested in earlier on. Well, I don't know. It kind of is somewhat significant right now. All right, I'm more bullish bias now at this point. A good short setup? Okay, well, I'm seeing things a little differently here then, brothers. I took a short. Okay. Well, next time, let us know ahead of time so we can check out the trade plan. Hey, Desert Rider. Good to see you. Glad you're liking the beard. Come in long. Beautiful hammer candle there. Yeah, that's true. That's really all it is. You just buy green candles, sell red ones. Come on, push, brother. Push. Go. All right, took one out. Took another one out. All right, out. Again, I don't have the luxury. I need these moves. Once I get started, I need them to keep going. Keep going. If I'm seeing green, I'm not going to just hop right out, but once again, this is where context comes into play. On this account, I am red. I do not have the luxury to sit around and let things marinate and cook and blah, 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 blah. If this was, and I know I realize I'm repeating myself to a lot of you that have been here, but on those days where I'm nicely green, yeah, sure. I'll sit here and wait and wait and wait because I know I'm plenty green. So like, why not? Give things a chance. I have that luxury on those days where I am quote unquote plenty green. Today I'm not. I'm not green at all. So I'm not going to stop trading, but I'm not going to sit here and give the thing all sorts of wiggle room. I just don't have the luxury. I don't know. I don't know, Bradley. That is a good question. Who can answer that? What is the difference? I guess maybe the source of the data, but that is a guess. Hey, if you're enjoying this in any way, shape, or form, hit that like button. We're going for 400 likes. We got a good amount of people here. So yeah, if you're enjoying, I know it may not seem like it does much, but believe it or not, hitting that like button does make a big difference. So hit that like button. What are the indicators you're using? I like candlesticks as my main indicator, right? Because price is the ultimate indicator, and that's what a candlestick's telling you. So candlesticks, moving averages, some trend lines, VWAP. But no, I don't have any fancy sounding terminologies or anything like that. Again, this is very annoying action, but it really doesn't do anything wrong. It's just chopping around. I'm not interested, and I can't say it any other way. I don't have the luxury to let this thing cook and cook and cook. I like the stream. Well, thank you, Big Stick. Thank you, Ernest. $5-minute, though, we have this pivot point that it's trying to push through. So, I mean, it's not total coincidence on why it's struggling here. Check out this brown line here. So, which is a pivot point, and this has been very tricky. Not because it smacks down, but look at all these fake breaks. So even if the price does push up through here, again, that doesn't mean it'll be a fake break, but good grief. Look at all these fake breaks. There's a flat out rejection, another fake break, another small little fake break, and now we basically have two flat out rejections. So we're at actually a very, no pun intended, pivotal point as far as the price action is concerned. But we'll see if it can push up through there. It's trying. And if it can get a break, that's what I was kind of hoping for. Like at that moment in time, if that was where the move actually came and, you get another move like this, hey, that's great. But it didn't. And I just could not sit there and wait for it. But yeah, if you're already nicely green, then yeah, man, let the thing cook. No, James, we're fine now. We're good. We're all cleared up now. We're all cleared up now, James. It's all water under the bridge, like I said. Couple rough patches, but man, you gave a trade plan ahead of time, so I have nothing but respect because that is courage right there. Whatever your drawdown is, that's how much you need to make, and then anything above that, you can either leave in the account to build buffer or pay yourself. All right, it's up through the pivot point on the 5-minute, but again, it's still a possible fake break. Because it has, as I just illustrated, fake broken, fake braked many times before. Yeah, exactly. What gum clan? Like I said, if things don't make sense, I'm going to ask for clarity. But you're like, no, you're right. And we're good. I am very quick. I have no problem making things water under the bridge. Very quick. No problem at all. So... all good, James. All right. That 5 minutes looking like maybe this is actually it. Did anybody get long when I got long and then they're still in, though? Give me a 1 if you got long and are still in. How many micros did you do on the 50K? Well, I mean, you can do up to 60 of them with Take Private Trader. So I'm not sure if that's what you're asking or not. Sam, nice. Knock on the door. Mikey, AJ, Blackout. Let's go. How many different stocks you watch? No, I don't. That's, Bradley, this is the beautiful thing about futures, is I don't have to run scans. I know what I'm going to trade because the same thing every day in futures creates multiple opportunities. So that is one of the arguments of why futures are better than stocks, because stocks, yeah, you don't necessarily have to pay for scanners, but some of the scanners out there you have to pay for. But the point is, more importantly, from a time perspective, you have to spend time. You have to spend time scanning, reading news, blah, 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 blah. Whereas for me, I just roll out of bed and I know what I'm going to trade, because every single day the same thing makes multiple opportunities. So no, to answer your question, I do not. I do not randomly watch a bunch of stocks because I'm not trading stocks. Uh-oh. If this thing dumps, oh no. I will say this, I would not feel bad for longs. Because a long, you should realize that this whole fake break thing was a possibility. So hopefully they manage the trade plan accordingly. Yeah, trade ideas, Lenny. That's right. Good old trade ideas. I wonder if are they still in business? Maybe. You got to think people like them are quivering. I think a lot in the stock business, especially people that have built things around micro caps and small caps and low floats and all that sort of. I got to think they're getting nervous because that model of trading it's outdated. I understand why 5, 6, 7 years ago, small caps, low floats, penny stocks made sense. Like, I get it. But with the invention of micro futures and then prop firms, those models of trading, day trading that is, make no more sense. It just doesn't make any sense, and mathematically. So I think that you got to think they're getting nervous. But there are so many people that just are not aware, which makes sense, right? In school, you're going to hear about the stock market. Are you ever going to hear about the futures market? Probably not. So yes, a lot of people show up, all they hear about is stocks, and then maybe they hear about options, but yeah, which is ultimately the whole point of the live stream. It's my mission. I want people to be aware of how awesome future day trading futures through a prop firm is. Agreed, but retail trading is getting bigger. It is. But I'm just saying, you got to wonder if some of those people, like, man, maybe I shouldn't have made my whole business model based around this. Agree, James, with the contingency. Way traders trade futures in a prop account. And if you're not in a prop account, it's crazy to trade futures. Because, yeah, futures make stocks look like paint drying. Well, Clay, there is a small cap. I don't care about your small cap. I assure you, futures make stock trading look like paint drying. Yeah, great, Sam. Glad I could save you from the train wreck of options trading, right? Options day trading is just... So, yeah. All right, well, this got a little spooky here. I wonder if that shook out some longs and all of a sudden heading back up. Hey, Carl Rolf. Well, hopefully you don't fall behind again, Carl Rolf. Yesterday, you were like 10 minutes behind the stream. I trade futures on TOS, real money. Yeah, and that's the math suggests that is an inefficient way to go about it. Because I can assure you, you're not generating the ROIs. Let me put it this way: you're not generating 1,000% ROIs using your cash. Props, too much rules. I want you to... No, there's not too many rules. The rules are good, Eddie. No, with some prop firms maybe, but you can't make that a universal statement. That's why I like Take Profit Trader. Basic set of rules. But the rules force you to focus on risk management. That is a good thing, Eddie. I mean, what's the alternative, Eddie, to that? To just go trade with no rules? Yeah, let me know how that... I can tell you, Eddie, how that will turn out. As somebody that has a history of trading with no rules, you can get wins. You can go on win streaks. But eventually the market has its way with you when you have no rules. I think Dimitri Trades is a little on the newer side, so it makes sense. He's here, he's asking questions, he's reasonable, so that's good. Yeah, earlier today, Alfonso. I got stuck in that one too. What was that like around, I don't know, 9:45? Are you talking about this morning? It's like having Bubba as your Again, J Flow, the only people that don't like trailing drawdown are people that are not willing to take base hits. I concede. If you're like, I want a home run or I'm going home, you're not going to like trailing drawdown. But if you're like, well, for this small little period of time, let me just take base hits, and then the trailing drawdown stops anyhow, and then I'll hop back into my home run or die ways. Like, those are the only people that complain about that. I actually argue the trailing drawdown is good because it kind of forces people to take base hits. And then I think people start to realize, oh, wow, base hits actually add up pretty quick. Yeah, that's me. Again, J-Flow, I appreciate that. I appreciate your acknowledging, well, yeah, Clay, fair enough. I am kind of I want a home run or go home. That's not really a sustainable business. That's not really a sustainable thing. Okay, we're approaching a potential short here. We're at the overnight high of the day. That's what that white line is representing. Let's see how it behaves. Again, I'm waiting for confirmation, though. Hey, Huddle 9. I almost called you Huddle Nina. Hey, J Stores. Hey, Joy Rider. Thought you were here earlier. What do you mean? Weren't you here earlier? Maybe not. Okay. Let's see how this... Okay, this next candle still has about 40 seconds. These are 2-minute candles, meaning each candle moves around for 2 minutes, and that's what that countdown timer is telling me. How long until the next candle starts? No, sir. Oh. Funny because micros add up also doesn't. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point too, Giraffe. Micros add up very quickly. Here's the thing. Take base hits every so often. The base hit will turn into a grand slam even after... Yeah. Well said, Ghost. Yep. The psychology does not necessarily make sense about how base hits add up. But they do. So I'll never blame somebody for like, I'm never doing base hits, man. I want to... Like, especially if you're American. Then Americans, we're kind of like, man, I'm here to play. Let's go big. Let's go home. Let's go. We're Americans, you know? Our ancestors got on big wooden boxes and took a 3-month journey across the death-ridden sea where they could have died and then landed on a spot to make a new life with people running around that wanted to scalp them. That's who our ancestors are. I'm here to play ball, brother. And it's like, okay, yeah, America. But like, this is one of these areas where America is like, let's calm down. Let's calm down. Can I ask what a base it is? Oh, I mean, you'll get various ranges. 5 to 15 points. And some people will probably disagree with that. But it's not this. It's a base it is not this. Oh, wow. That's $500 right now. I'm up. No. I want 1,000. You know what I mean? I am having a mixed day, yeah. The morning session was fantastic. Then I hopped on here and it's been something. But again, the trailing drawdown is blown out of proportion because once you reach your buffer, it stops trailing anyways. So it's not like you have to stay being a base hit trader. All I'm saying is for that time period, just do base hits. And then once you have your buffer, if you want to start swinging for the fences, then go for it. You're allowed to do it. But what I think is beneficial is people start doing base hits and they reach their buffer and they're like, wait a minute. I kind of like base hits. I'm going to keep this thing up. And then that's how you get people just milking these accounts for a very long time. So that is why I personally really reject the premise that the trailing drawdown is oh so evil. It is evil for a certain group of people, but I would argue that group of people don't really have the right attitude. Hello? I think we're back. Can you hear me? Dang. Why did it have to do that? We were right on the edge of pushing up into the 500 viewers. We were right on the edge, and then that happened. Oh, that is discouraging. From the competitive side of me trying to slowly reach my goal of 1,000, I was like, okay, we're almost at that halfway point, and then that happens. All right, well, yeah, the internet bill was paid. Come on, fiber. Dang. Brutal. Oh, well. Waiting for a reversal. Ernest, I don't know what I'm waiting. I'm trying to recover. My internet just went out. I'm all irritated. All right. We'll see if we can maybe... okay, viewers are recovering pretty nicely there, but... I don't even know what we were talking about. I don't know when I dropped off, but yeah. But yeah, right now I don't have any interest in getting long, mainly because of the 5 minute here. This type of candle at the overnight high. Doesn't mean that it's going to pull back, but yeah. Yeah. It was yeah, it was something. Looking at a long 805. Hey, I like that green candle. I respect that. Trade plan ahead of time. That's good stuff. Retest of 800 before long. Yeah, I'm interested in around 780 for a long. I'll map this out here. Yeah, that's the area where I'm personally interested in a long if it wants to pull back there. If it doesn't, well then, it is what it is. Oh, so it was Jordan's fault. Jordan logged in and that's what crashed us, huh? Dang. Oh, that is so demoralizing. Thanks a lot, internet. Well, we'll keep at it. We'll keep at it. Maybe we can make a recovery. Oh, now even Gum Clan's leaving? Dang, viewers gonna... Oh, my goodness. Yeah, maybe it was Marky, the market maker. I don't know. All right, well, like I said, interested in a potential long down around this yellow line. If we get a pullback down there, we'll see what happens. Yeah, Stithen. We got the tin foil is running strong right now. I love it. Well, hey, if you are enjoying, though, hit that like button. We're going for 400 today. I don't know if we'll hit it, but hopefully we can at least get up to 300 likes. Yeah. Viewers came back pretty strong. But yeah, there is nothing worse than logging back on. It's like, oh, there's 60 viewers all of a sudden. Can you sell me on the Inner Circle subscription on your website? No. No, I'm not interested in selling something that's $99 for 3 months. I mean, and I say with all due respect, but I mean, it's $8.25 a week. I hit the like button helping you recover. Thank you, Jordan. Yeah, Green Candle, I appreciate you. You're welcome. Thank you for being here. I do like that candle that just formed, but we're still pretty high up after on the move, so I need a little bit more consolidation, is what I'm ultimately saying. And again, Bradley, it's not $99 per month. That's not the price. It's $99 per quarter. So for every 3 months, it's $99, which if you do the math, that breaks down to $8.25 per week. All I will say is I'm quite confident you'll get at least $8.25 per week of value. I don't like anything. Dang. How did you get it to show the overnight high and low? How did I do that? Here. Price levels. And right there. High and low. I misread that. I didn't see it. Okay. No problem, Bradley. Oh, man. This is really wanting. I really want it, but I just can't do it. Can't do it. If you are getting long here, though, I get it. I can understand it. But I once again, for me, it goes back to, do I have the luxury to take on these sorts of trades? I don't. I'm red on the day for this account. Other live streams where I'm comfortably in the green, sure, I'll take a swing at it. Why not? But today is not one of those days. So I just gotta be disciplined. It's a great setup. Don't pass on it. Well, if it's a great setup for you, Zooks, then I wish you all the best in it. Go for it, brother. I just started learning Tradovate. I have an entire thing right here if you want to, like, of how I set it up. I'm not saying how I have it set up is like how it needs to be, but, like, there you go. Shorts are a little safe for a scalp. Maybe. Maybe. They weaponize wicks. That's intense. That's intense sounding. I'm actually a little scared reading that. Well, Dimitri, I mean, okay, like I said, from an efficiency standpoint, if you have a strategy and you're doing that every day, hop into the prop firm world and then, you know, with Take Profit Trader, get 5 accounts, and then you could do that. You could be taking those same trades but copying it to 4 other accounts, and now you get to multiply all those numbers by 5. That is the other nice thing about prop firms, is the scalability. Like, you can scale your decisions. They don't. Again, Take Profit Trader, you would not say that. Other prop firms, I can understand why you would say that. They do. Some of them do have a lot of rules. That's not Take Profit Trader. But the fact that, I don't know, man, the fact that you're using your own money on TOS and everybody's like, dude, TOS is like, there are so many better platforms than TOS. Yeah, exactly. That's my point. There you go, Demi. Yeah. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Again, once you get to the pro account, there's no consistency rule. There's no scalping rule. There's no scaling rule. None of that stuff. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. I mean, especially at those numbers. I mean, if you're making 1 to 3K a day, well then, good grief. Just on from one day's earnings, take 30% of that, and yeah, give Take Profit Trader a try. Well, I guess the long would have worked, but this is hindsight speaking too. Picked up a TPT account today. Fiora, yeah. Like I said, just very quickly, and this is why I have these thoughts on the topic, is that especially for the beginner prop firm trader, Take Profit Trader. The main reason for that category is because of their clean set of rules. These other ones, yeah, people call them scams, but they're not. The problem is, especially Apex, oh, they're a scam. No, what happens is new people show up to prop firm, not new traders, but just new prop firm traders, and they get overwhelmed by the rules. They're like, wait, what's this? My payment is denied? Well, yeah, because you broke one of their 87 rules. Now, some people, they're fine because they're experienced. They know how to maneuver everything. But like for the category of beginner prop firm trader, that is the main reason for the beginner. Now, even for the experience, like Dimitri, yeah, man, like I think you'll really appreciate the clean set of rules that Take Profit Trader offers. But overall, those are my thoughts on the prop firm space. I recommend Take Profit Trader. Oh my goodness. What is all this? Holy smokes. Which one is mine? This one? Okay, the internet outage, like, I think I have like double everything open right now. Like for Tradovate, like I think it automatically logged me back in. So yeah, I'm looking at like double of everything right now. Anyways. Hey, well, thank you, Dimitri, for using the code. I appreciate that. Code Clay, all caps, feeds hungry kids. Again, Code Clay, all caps, with Take Profit Trade or any prop firm, is feeding hungry children. Now, full disclosure, I have 6 children, but they are hungry and it will feed them. So yes, you are feeding hungry. They are my children, but you are still feeding hungry children. Any of us here with kids, you understand. Groceries are not cheap. Gold pump. Did you? No, Tyler, you traded NQ today? Atta boy. Let's go. Look at Tyler go. Gold's pumping right now, though. Let's see where gold's at. I mean, it's going up, but this is the action I like on gold. I mean, this will send you through a second puberty right here. You need to go through puberty again? Try to trade one of these things on gold. You'll hit that second puberty quite quickly. What happened? I was blackout, I think. I don't know if you're delayed right now, but yes, I did have an internet outage. But we're back. Can already feel the hair growing on your chest, atta boy. I think we have a rising wedge here forming. Oh, yeah. I like that rising wedge. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. The rising wedge. Bearish pattern. Just because it's bearish doesn't mean it's going down, but I like me a rising wedge. So maybe a short here on the rising wedge. Got to give it some time. I'm all paranoid right now. What, holy smokes. Okay, I cannot take it on this candle, though. If this candle wants to stay above it. Yeah, so I did realize it peaked its head below there, but yeah, I did not. Okay. So in my ideal world, this candle closes super close to the yellow line, but closes inside of it. Next candle immediately goes up a little bit and then comes down, and I will take that short. That is my magical, mystical world. No, I didn't say that. Market. Again, we have, what I'm watching is we got this new candle is going to start to move in about 20 seconds. There we go. Yes, come back and, there you go. There you go. Good. No, but yeah, yes, close like right there. Okay, 10. It's like New Year's Eve here. And I got to pee so bad right now. I got to just be honest. Oh my goodness. Trying to play a rising wedge with a full bladder while 400 some people watch. Okay, here we go. Good. All right, I'm going to take a swing at it right there. If that red line turns blue, I'm in. Close. Again, if the red line turns blue, I'm in. Oh, I don't know if this is smart. All right, I'm in. Oh, and it's blinking. Oh, brother. Now I got the blinking blue line, full bladder. Good grief. Come on, rising wedge. Get me out there, please. All right, I got to go to the bathroom. Holy smokes. I can't do it anymore. Oh, now you're small pont too. Bath. room break back in a second. All right, hopefully it works out for those of you that are in. Dirty rat. Okay, maybe I can try again. I might try it again. Just hop back in if it wants to come back down here. Oh, you being kind of dirty, huh? All right, I'm going to try. I'm going to hop back in if it comes down to that red line. Yeah, right now the breakdown of the rising wedge being annoying, but you know what? Not everything can break a certain level and drop straight down. Sometimes it's got to consolidate. Did I wash my hands? Oh no, I forgot. There we go. They're washed. Short at 650. Yeah, that's not bad, Sam. I can see what you're doing there. What? Is that the wind? Is that a all right, I'll be back. What is that the wind? Oh no, it's a street sweeper. You hear that? Yeah, I want to. Yeah, all right. Yeah, I was gonna say, what is that? No, street sweeper. Street sweeper. It sounds like I was like, is there like a windstorm or something? I was, what is going on here? But it was just the street sweeper. And my wife was like, yeah, I thought it was a tornado coming or what? That's true, yeah. You never know when you might have a toilet paper trade. It's been a while since we've had one of those. There's a windstorm here. Yeah, where are you at, KRT? It's supposed to be windy here in Iowa tomorrow. So I'm wondering if you are west of us. We had an earthquake here? Where do you live, Dead? Deadeye? All right, I'm wondering if we come back down here. Okay, I'm short. Oh, I forgot about the blinking blue line. Need to log out. Okay, stupid thing. All right, let me... I cannot stand the blinking. So if you've ever had the blinking blue line of annoyance, all you got to do is probably either refresh your page, but I'm on the desktop version, so I have to log out and back in again. So there we go. We'll turn this into a quick little commercial break. There you go if you want to support the stream. But let me get logged back in here. So again, if you've ever had the blinking blue line, a way to get rid of it is to just, on the desktop version, log out and log back in again. So let me do that real quick. I wonder if it has something to do with IFs. Okay, there we go. Okay, they're all gone now. Good. Good. Excellent, Smithers. Excellent. All right. All right. Now, the blinking blue line should be done. Clay, when doing taxes, can we write off eval expenses? That would be a question for your local tax provider, to which I am not. You're in Colorado? Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because the weather app is showing Wednesday for us is windy. So it must be headed our way. All right, so this rising wedge has been pretty annoying. But if it consolidates out around here, I'm interested in a short, maybe down around there. Let's see if it can, but not on this candle. But if this candle wants to consolidate out a little bit. Hey, Clay, I came to Iowa for 5 days. I'm in Deisman waiting for my plane. Oh, you are? Yeah, Joe. So we're about, we'll call it an hour. Joe, you're about an hour away from me right now. What is the name of the indicator? This is the volume profile. Close it for small green. Good job, Sam. What setting is that for the blinking blue line? The blink. I don't know what causes it to blink. Like malfunctions cause it to blink. I like when it's a solid blue line. I do not know how to make it blink. To me, it's like that's like seizure inducing. You were staying in Ames? Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Cool. I wonder if this is like kind of the secondary trend line break. I'm still trying to trust the rising wedge. This one, they all can't drop straight, but it's not like it broke and shot straight up. It broke and now it's kind of consolidated. Now I'm just trying to figure out, does it want to roll back down some more? I'm trying to trust it. Maybe take another swing at it. Who knows? I mean, this is what you're on. With patterns like this, only one trade away from maybe getting this account back to green. I'm certainly within striking distance. All it takes is one trade, but you want to be patient for it. Of course, no guarantees, so once again approaching. There's also that overnight high right there, which has been presenting a problem, but that's what I'm trying to see if it wants to clear down through there. Once again, bounces right up off that area. Now, rising wedge breakdown, I want to keep my eye on the 21 EMA, but even from here, 40 down to there, that's still like 20 points. So 20 points I can work with. Does it want to break? Okay. Now, I'm only going to take it if this thing comes up and comes back down. Maybe a stupid requirement on my part. Hindsight will be my judge. All right, well, there's the break. And the reason I'm not taking it is because, like I said, I want to see it come up first and then come down. But if this drops, then yes, this is going to look like a very dumb requirement. But if this now goes straight up, I'm going to look pretty smart because then it's going to be like, man, Clay, good job with that requirement. You saved yourself from getting suckered in before it went up. But we don't know. Am I going to look stupid or smart? Oh, I look stupid. Okay, so there we go. We got our answer. Good old hindsight. I guess that now in hindsight, that requirement was dumb on my part. Although, you kind of had to be pretty quick on it. It still may come back down, but still would have been plenty for me. Oh, well. It still really hasn't proved anything. I don't know about that. I guess it depends on how you define prove and what it needs to be proving right now, Ghost. But yeah, for you and your strategy and your approach, I have no problem. I have no problem. Like, okay, yeah, for you, it sounds like it hasn't proved anything. For the scalper, it has already proved enough. I mean, a scalper, Like I said, what did they have? 40 down to... Yeah, so on the topic of base hits, I mean, a Scalper had enough proof. They got a 10-point base hit. I am from India. Well, good to have you here. Never been to India. Maybe someday. I had to average down twice, but got the move. Well, glad you got the move. How is the weather over there? Are you talking to me or the guy from India? Yeah, is it so in India right now? Is it summer there or what? How does I can never remember how the globe works. Okay, wait. If it's winter in the northern hemisphere, that means it's summer in the bottom, right? Is that how that works? Yeah. I'm pretty sure. India here, it's hot. Where am I from? America. Oh, say, can you... Does India have anybody in the Winter Olympics? Probably, right? You guys got some mountains there. Are there Indian skiers? Nepal. Okay, Nepal definitely has... They have like, I think they get gold medals in the mountain hiking guidance competition. Like if you need a mountain guide, I think Nepal, don't they just like win golds all the time? I'm from Israel. Cool. Only 2 players from India. Interesting. Love is in the air. I see what you did there. I'm only just 13 years old from India. Well, that's fantastic that you are already interested in the markets at age 13. Yeah, what were your names for, Joe? Business, I assume? We have some winter sports north of India. But still in India? You mean northern India? Like north of India makes me think of like the country above you. But I think what you probably mean, Bob, is in northern India. Colonialism is alive and well in Nepal. Sherpas do all the work. Getting fat, rich people. I don't know about that one. Do fat people make it to the top of Mount Everest? Honest question. From my understanding, they would not be fat people getting to the top of Mount Everest. But I admit that is an assumption on my part. I am assuming that fat people don't like to hike mountains, let alone Mount Everest. Well, I mean, depending on the strategy this rising wedge has delivered, maybe kind of, sort of. But has this been a clean rising wedge? It hasn't. It hasn't. Northern India, Kashmir. Okay, so Kashmir is what, like a state? I don't know how India breaks stuff down. A region, or what do Canadians call them? Like, what's British Columbia? Is that a territory? Short? No, I'm not interested. If anything, I'm thinking long now. Nice hammer candle here, but I'm still not totally convinced on it. But yeah, I don't have any interest in a short anymore. Oh, a province, that's right. Looking for a short entry? Okay. You still owe me an account, by the way, Baruch. Don't think I forgot about that. Don't think I forgot. Canada's provinces as well as territory. Hey, Ace, you never answered me. Do fat people hike up Mount Everest? What are you talking about? Sherpas do all the work. I don't know. I think people hiking Mount Everest, the people hiking, they do quite a bit of work too, don't they? Like the whole hiking up Mount Everest, the whole entire life, keeping themselves, getting themselves in shape to, I don't know, be able to keep up with Sherpas. You seem to have one of these mentalities that like rich people don't do anything. Like they just like mooch off other people or something. So, well, yeah, what about it? And then they get paid for their work. What's wrong with that? Are these rich people forcing them to do this, or are they doing that under their own will and then charging a price, and then people are like, yes, I'll pay that price? Kashmir is a region that is still contested between India and Pakistan during the... Oh, interesting. People should do their own work. Why? But what? So you don't think the Sherpas should be paid? So the Sherpas just can't feed their families now? Man, you're savage. Brutal. I mean, I personally think people should have the choice on if they want to do their own work or not. And I think Sherpas should have the choice to have maybe a business opportunity to build a business where they help people that want to pay them so that they can provide for their families. So why? Yeah, exactly. What is even being said here? So the local economy crumbles? Like, what are you, Ace? What are you talking about? Would you count someone who rode a helicopter to the top as climbing Mount Everest? Well, you didn't say somebody that rode the top. You said went up Mount Everest, so I assume climbing. No, but I don't understand. What's up with that? What? I don't understand where you're headed with all this. Maybe. Or should the Sherpas have a policy that, hey, if you're coming with me, haul your trash back down? Now, if that is the policy and the rich people are like, no, screw you, agreed. We have a problem in that situation. But what is the Sherpa's policy on the trash? That would be my first question. Okay, would you count someone who climbed Mount Everest but didn't carry their own stuff? Sure. Yeah, they climbed it. But Ace, you seem to be one of these people that don't understand how business works. It bugs me the Sherpas do all the work. The Sherpas are being paid. What are you talking about? Now, we have a much different conversation. If these fat rich people are like, hey, Sherpa, here's gun, get over here, carry my stuff. But I don't think that's what's happening. I think the Sherpas are like, hey, sir, can I carry your stuff for XYZ amount? And the other person's like, sure. That sounds like a transaction agreed upon. Why would that bug you that a Sherpa is creating a business opportunity for themselves? Why would that bother you that a Sherpa is providing for his family? Why does that bother you? Well, I mean, I guess I don't. So fine, these are not self-respected. I don't. You have a weird. This is Ace. What do you have against? You seem to not like rich people. Are you a communist? Are you socialist? Like, what are you? Like, I'm with all your. I don't know. To be fair, I don't know what defines a self-respected climber, but like, I'll tell you this right now. If I'm going with my family, I want to enjoy it, so I'm probably paying somebody. If that means that I'm not a okay, fine. Well, here's the flaw in your premise. You're assuming everybody is going there because they have an ego and want to prove themselves as a mountaineer. I assume the people that are going there with the premise of I want to prove myself as a mountaineer are not using Sherpas, and then that's when we hear about them on the news. 3 Americans were found frozen on Mount Everest because they had an ego that was too big. I don't know. Yeah, human popsicles. How do we get into mountain climbing? Because Ace made a weird suggestion about how fat people climb Mount Everest. And I was like, wait, fat people climb mountains? Any chance we can get back to trading? No. What am I supposed to trade right now, Thomas? What would you like me to do, Thomas? The market is literally going sideways. What do you tell me what to talk about, Thomas? I'll talk about it. Go ahead. I'll wait. I'm all for it, brother. What do you want me to talk about? I hear you, Thomas. If like there's some big move to the upside or big move to the downside, and we're talking about mountain climbing with Nepal people, Sherpas, and Mount Everest. I get you there, brother. Like, wait, hey man, like like big movement, but like, right, what do you want me to do? As an FYI, this is why I need to go a little more firmer. If you look at the thumbnail for this thing, it's live, lunchtime trading and analysis, and then the parentheses and chit chat. So right now we are in chit chat mode. What's your strategy? I close my eyes. I press buttons. I twist around 10 times, and then I sit back down, and I hope I'm in the green. That's the strategy. Sometimes I look at ticks. No, it's a fair question. I was like, how did we get into that conversation? My strategy is the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I like candlesticks. I like some moving averages. I like some trend lines, and I like the VWAP. Other than that, yeah, I don't have any fancy indicators. I don't have any like cool sounding terminology. Just the KISS method, because I am a baboon, so I gotta keep it straightforward. Okay, and how is that point relative to anything that we were talking about? Honest question. Like, how could that point have been relevant to anything? I'm not saying it wasn't, but I'm having a hard time understanding how the point you're making could have been relevant to anything we had been talking about. I am from Nepal. I don't see what someone is fat or bodybuilding. They can get training before climbing a mountain. If they can do that in training, they have to step back. Well, yeah. Well, part of just chatting is making relevant points. Like right now, you seem to be arguing, Ace. We're talking about, I don't know, spaghetti. And then all of a sudden out of nowhere, you're like, the groundhog is my favorite animal. It's like, oh, okay, but like, how's that relevant to what we're talking about right now? Right? That's like what I have to teach my kids about right now. Like social awareness. When we're talking about something, another kid jumps in and like, man, I like Frozen. It's like, okay, but like that's not, you didn't really read the room too well on that one. So maybe Ace, just, stop trying to backpedal. We all see what you're doing now. You made a random comment that came from a place of, you not liking people with money or something. I don't know. But just admit that was totally random and had fit in nothing, which hence the confusion. See, that is the problem of why you got to read the room. All right. And for Thomas, I don't know, man. I thought we might have something to talk about, Thomas, but like we're still just chopping around sideways. Oh yeah, well of course we're still friends. You just sounded like a little while you were coming across as wanting people in Nepal to starve. Because like you didn't want them to be able to have a business. But I'm glad we got it all cleared up. The random comment was just a question about his... Wait, what? Yeah, you are definitely very conclusive, Felipe. I don't even know what you have me confused now. Somebody, that was a separate question when the person asked me about my strategy. See, look what you did, Ace. Now everybody's confused. So really the question on the question on the table for me is, all right, let me make it more proportional. This is fine. So if you want to just use this as the upward trend line, which I've already done. So here's the upward trend line, and then if you use the 21 EMA as the lower, we basically have this wedge. So right now, this is essentially what we've been chopping back and forth in, and it's kind of just like, all right, we'll see what. So that's what we're kind of waiting for. Hence the chit chat that we were in, because I don't know, I don't know. That's what's on the table for me. Life is but a series of random events. Okay, that's ChatGPT. That's the most philosophical thing I've ever heard. Most likely 50 points short to 800 area. So are you in right now, Monica? I don't know what I'm waiting for right now. I'm just saying I'm not interested in really trying to put too much brain power in anything right now until the price makes a decision in one way or the other. Yeah, I'm also crying. Whoa, hey, somebody. All right, here we go. See? See, Thomas? Thomas probably isn't even here anymore. There we go. That's some movement that's worthy of talking about. I'm more lost on a brick summit without a translator. Good one. Ooh, that's nasty. Came down and then came right back up. Oh, I'm still so... I gotta confess, I'm still bitter. We were knocking right on the door at 500, and then my internet went out. At least it came back up. I'll try to be more optimistic about it. But man, is Taco John's good? We have some of those here in Iowa. Never had Taco John's. Never heard of him until we got here. Potato ollies are awesome. Okay. Tulips. Okay. All right. Is this about to fail to the downside? I don't know. We're still essentially in a sideways range, though. If we're just calling this as kind of the range. Olay. Potato olays. Gotcha. All right, if this bounces up and hits this pink line, I'm going to take a... Yep, right here. I'm going to take a swing at it short if it comes back down. Hello? Did I misclick? Okay, I must have. All right. Looking for a short at that red line. Maybe get a break down through the bottom of this channel. So if that red line turns blue, I'm in. I'm in. Come on. I really don't want to go to my spiel about the whole luxury that I do not have right now because I know I'm probably driving some of you out of your mind, but I'll just put it this way. Yes, that was once again influencing that trade. And In my defense, that was certainly the right choice because, man, this thing... Well, okay, yeah, I mean... There's also that support right there where the price has bounced, and that's essentially right where it did again. So I guess in some senses, which is probably fair, you could say, I don't know, Clay, that probably wasn't the greatest trade because, I mean, the fact... I can see it both sides, but I will say this. I'm glad I got out where I did. Good grief. What a joke. Sure, is there a piece? Bradley, none of that stuff matters. The prop firm math makes it very easy, okay? Like, you're like, well, how much is it per... you don't have to worry about any of that. That's the whole point of the prop firm. The prop firm just tells you... So, for example, on a 50K account... So the trade that I had, I could have gotten up to 60. If that was the trade. If I was here, I could have gotten up to 90. I did 8. So, like, you don't have to do anything. Just, you're worrying about things that don't matter. That's, again, one of those built-in nice things about the prop firm is you don't have to worry about margin rates or, any of that stuff. It's just those numbers, they are what they are. So I guess if you want to look at it as price per contract, fine, but it's irrelevant. Have you been live since the New York Open? I have not. No. The New York Open opened up, I don't know, what was that, like 5.5 hours ago or something? I've only been streaming now a little under 4 hours. So the range continues to range. I don't know. I'm tempted. So here's what's in my mind right now. Clay, we're approaching the 4-hour mark, brother. You're close to, potentially putting this account back in the green. Do you just load up, swing? If you get the breakout, you'll be back green again? It's tempting. Problem is, if it's a fake breakout, I'm going to be right back to, I'm going to wipe away all the progress that I made. Again? All right, well, code Clay with Apex. But again, also be aware if you shop based on price, careful. I'm a proponent. You should shop for prop firms based on rules and payout policy. Competition must be picking up. If they're already going back to that deal again, just make a smart trade. Yeah, I know. You're right. You're right. That's what I mean. That's why it's the ego voice. Maybe try to play rejection off this if this channel... All right, I'm going to try a short, actually. Top part of the channel, rejection. So if this is still a channel, which it seems like it very well could be, do like a fake breakout of the trend line, and then just, quite frankly, a break or a rejection of the top part of this channel. Yeah, unfortunately, I can't. I'm not allowed to do that one. My thoughts on prop firms are simple. I use Take Profit Trader. I think that any discussion on prop firms needs to be nuanced. It needs to be nuanced between, well, is this person a beginner to the prop firm space, or do they have experience in the prop firm space? If you're a beginner in the prop firm space, Take Profit Trader due to their very clean set of rules. If you are experienced, I still think that Take Profit Trader belongs in your empire building because of their great payout policy, their clean set of rules. But yeah, I don't have anything against Lucid. Again, in the category of experienced trader, if you're considering to build your empire, you already have, Take Profit Trader established, you got your 5 accounts ripping and roaring, and you want to build more, yeah. I don't have anything against Lucid. Code Clay. Again, still trying to get short at this red line if it wants to come back down. But right now, looking like I should have just taken the swing. All hindsight there, though. All hindsight. The other lesson learned: do not talk about Sherpas in mountain climbing. We were nicely above 400, and that killed us right below 300. So there we go. All right, I'll Try my best to avoid randomness like that. I will use your code because I buy... Well, thank you, CamX. I appreciate that. I just burned all your climbing gear. Yeah, we're not talking about mountain climbing anymore. Baru, I'm in short. Okay, well, that doesn't mean a whole lot. You have not given us an entry point. You haven't given us a stop. So, I mean, that doesn't tell us a whole lot to say, I'm in short. Okay, so you're getting cooked right now, I assume? I don't know. Oh, no. Ask a guy's tilted. Oh, boy. Well, I'm not sure what I can tell you because the very definition of tilted is you're not going to care what I have to say. Anything I say, you're going to be like, yeah, but I don't care. So, anyways, all I'll say is just make sure you're tilted in a prop account. Stay in the prop firm world. If you have any cash accounts, please do not let your tilt, trickle over to that. Baru, do you know that you can go long too? It seems like that's, I don't even know if you're a real person. No, the main difference is Pro Plus, you're in the live market. In TPT. Okay, well, at least you're in a prop account. That's good. I mean, it's not good you're on tilt, but if you're going to be on tilt, make sure it's within the prop firm space because you can only do so much damage. I like random. Okay, that's cool. Right off of the pivot point. So in the 5 minute over here, look at that. Probably hard to see it, but there is a dotted brown line behind that white line. And that's essentially right where it got rejected. No, I've not been called up. No, I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to talk about it anymore, but no. And I'm trying, I prefer not to. Anyways, next topic. Are you past the rage stage in your trading? There's either a typo there. I don't know what you mean by the rage. What is the rage? Assuming there's no typo, what do you mean by rage stage? Yeah, that was a huge rejection of that pivot. What is your strategy? Oh, I cannot stand the world of influencers. Why? Why? Because the world of influencers presents trading as if you go to Walmart and you say, where's the strategy aisle? Oh, that's aisle 13. And then you go and you just like pluck a strategy off the shelf and then go use that strategy. That's not how it works. You've got to build your own strategy. But that sounds hard. Yes, I know. That's why the people trying to sell you stuff don't tell you that. That's why I have such a hard time with I have the worst sales pitch ever. I do sell a mentorship, but part of mine is there's only so much I can do. I can do a lot, but at the end of the day, you still got a lot of work to do on your end. I get it though. Well, then I'm not going to pay you because so-and-so says if I pay them, they'll just teach me their strategy and then I just follow that. Okay. That's why I just tell people the strategy I use is the KISS method. Keep it simple, stupid. I like candlesticks. I like moving averages. I like trend lines. I like the VWAP. Well, that's kind of a non-answer. Yeah, by design. Because that's my way of saying you got to figure out what works best for you. You're only scalping breakout on 1 minute. No, I'm not even on the 1 minute time frame, buddy. I got wrecked in this chop. Yeah, chop. If you don't realize it's chop, it'll wreck you for sure. Do you only trade on? No, I trade multiple accounts. Throwaway. I think at this point, I just sit this one out. Well, I guess I don't know your situation. If you. It may be fine. I mean, with just one more, but I don't know. I don't know. So I'm just gonna err on the side of maybe just let your mind get a good night's rest. Come back tomorrow. At the end of the day, my strategy is the risk has got to be both logical and worthwhile relative to the reward. That is my ultimate strategy. Is the risk worthwhile and logical relative to the reward? But Clay, that doesn't really tell us anything. I know. That's the point. The point is that is going to mean different things to different people. But that is where the hard work comes into play. Yeah, exactly. Find your edge, best times to trade, manage risk. Yes. But dude, that's so-and-so that they're selling me their strategy. They're selling me their method. They're selling me their concepts. I'm just going to go and just like blindly follow that because it's okay. Fine. I wish it were that easy. I'll rain on your parade. It's not. Any way to send you screenshot of my strategy? I mean, you could always email me, but I mean, with all due respect, Fly Vince, I already have a mentorship, so that's that's where my time needs to be devoted. Like, if I open this up to like any random Joe Schmo, then from a time management standpoint, that would be very inefficient. Not that I'm saying you're expecting anything from that, Fly Vince. I'm just saying I'm not sure what you expecting by sending me a screenshot of my strategy. Probably best. I think ultimately for throwaway, you'll be happy with that decision. Hey, all right. Take private, just an email. We are officially reopening Pro Plus accounts this evening at 5 p.m. and all right. Good stuff. Yeah, just for my opinion, yeah. Okay. I just can't. Sorry, Vince. I like I said, I offer a if you would like to join my mentorship, if you'd like to join the community and get people's feedbacks through there, that's a little different. But like if I just open this up to any Tom, Dick, and Harry, and there's a lot of people here. I owe it to my kids to not load myself down with working with, I think you get what I'm getting at. So yeah, unfortunately, with all due respect, that's not going to be able to do anything like that. No longer on tilt, sitting on hands till they go numb. All right, good job pulling yourself out of that tailspin. Yeah. Okay, there you go. Todd just said what I was trying to say. Very quickly. Held a short since 8:45. Added on options to max out when and then it dumped from 8. Good job. I think you know what I'm probably gonna say. Will you like I know that you're a good enough trader to be like, yeah, that sounds like a whole lot of making it up as you go and then offering up some prayers and then doing some rain dances, and I'm glad you made it out by the skin of your teeth. But yeah. It's owed to you after yesterday that you explained. But to be fair, man, sounds like 2 days in a row where things are a little squirrely. So maybe, again, all kidding aside, think about that. 2 days in a row of that sort of kind of, I'm not saying it is the case. I'm just saying maybe consider you're not losing your grip on things, are you? Which can happen to us all. I mean, we can all find ourselves in grooves where we are just crushing it, but that is a two-sided coin. So just something to consider. It's been a good day. Okay, good. All right, overall, been a good day. Good. All right, well, Again, if you want to support the stream, if you enjoy the stream and you are in the world of prop firms or thinking about getting the world of prop firms, then code Clay, all caps, with any of these prop firms is the way to continue and keep the stream going. At the end of the day, this is viewer supported. There's no sponsorships. I have ads turned off. So if you want to keep this ad free, if you just want to keep the stream going in and of itself, code Clay, all caps, is the way to make that happen. Again, I use Take Profit Trader. I think they're the best in the business. That's who I use. That's who I recommend, especially if you're a beginner to the prop firm space. But even if you're experienced and you have never at least tried Take Profit Trader, I think you should at least give them a try. So I'm going to go ahead and call it good. We were so close to pushing up over 500, and then my internet went out. But maybe tomorrow we can push up over 500 current viewers, but we'll see what happens. So everybody that's here, come back tomorrow. We'll have a good time. And but yeah, my brain is pretty fried at this point. So on your way out, if you don't mind hitting that like button, it helps. It makes a big difference. Make sure if you're not yet a subscriber, hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. I'll be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern at the very latest. Usually I show up early, so if you want to know exactly when I go live, then that's where I say make sure you not only subscribe, but turn on that notification bell. So everybody take care. Have a good one. And like I said, hit that like button. Code Clay, all caps. I'll see everybody back tomorrow. Take care, everybody.